Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down in Crypto TA. A little bit of a a nuke took place over the weekend with a tweet from our president Donald Trump, and also the fact that uncertainty around the rate cuts at this point too. That was another thing, along with high leverage plays or um, cross margin trading. But for the most part, a lot of things in the top, let's just say top 10, held up really well. And if you had an altcoin that was performing pretty well against Bitcoin, it did good too. I did post out a couple of levels I had interest in for Bitcoin, and of course the the complete this big wick right here. It was a bit unexpected. It was. I tried to measure in as far down as I thought price would actually go. You can see that we did wick through that, but then we came back up and we settled in this one. So this was actually the one that I stated. It didn't have the liquidity here, but it had it had the sandwich of support in here, which is always a pretty good spot for price to come back to. I know a couple of people were watching like the golden pocket, but you really didn't have anything around that zone. So I just completely bypassed that and just saw that this right here was really going to be where price would potentially come into and try to hold. We had this one right here initially too, and this was between 117,900 and 116. Let's just say 116,100 right here. We were holding it a little bit on the lower time frame, but yeah, we completely slipped through that. So I posted up again on it, just stating that we could come back up here and we could treat this as resistance, because it did hold pretty well as some solid resistance before. You can see we came into it here, and we got this correction back down, and we came into it again here, and we got this correction back down here, and then you can see how we chopped the line over here. So this is also around about the point where we have USDT dominance topping out a little bit in here, well, at support. So USDT dominance is it's at a support level as Bitcoin is at its resistance level. So with USDT dominance, you can see here, this line here. So I posted on this too. It was actually right before we got the nuke. I posted on it, and I was just letting everyone know that we were here at this resistance point. It's a pretty solid resistance point, but we have hammered at it a few times. So when you hammer at something a few times, it does make it weak. And we have been watching this for a while, watching this ascending, this falling wedge in here, and the target in here that was set, and I kept it going, and I came on stream a few times, and I said, I don't know if they're, I don't want to say that it's swing felon or anything like that. So I just kept it in here, and sure enough, I mean, you can see about where we hit at in here. It's on point, and yeah, it's about the place where we started to bottom out a little bit there for Bitcoin. I'm gonna put all this weight here on Bitcoin, because a lot of the altcoins just absolutely, yeah, got obliterated. But many have recovered quite a bit, if not all the way from the drop down. But there was weakness in the market as is, and we were all aware of that there was weakness in the market. We had bull flags and fallen wedges on everything, on so many altcoins, and I mentioned that a lot of people were going to be thrown off by the swing fails from those fallen wedges because of the Bollinger Band. That was something that I pointed out clearly, and we went through the charts and we saw those swing failures because the Bollinger Bands were flat where prices were supposed to be breaking to the upside, and that ended up being a barrier of resistance. So I mean, either USDT is going to hold here, it's going to come back up, maybe not even eat into this entire wick, and then maybe somewhere right about in here. I mean, I have a whole zone for this, but I'm going to try to minimize it as much as I can to, because it looks like it, and it is this. It's this candle right here. So maybe it just comes back in and it wants to just back test about this much in here. So I'm going to block this off right here. Yeah, so maybe they come back test right around in here somewhere. As I'm looking at it. Yeah, it looks pretty solid in here. And then perhaps we it's really hard, guys. It is really hard. Just because of the structure. Let me come back over here to Bitcoin. Yeah. We'll see if we can't get that resistance there, but if not, what I'm looking at for Bitcoin, potentially, let's just say that we reject in here. So this zone in here, we don't manage to get through it. It's a rejection point. We're putting in a lower high on our daily time frame. Now we have a measured move for that rising wedge formation that we have, but all things can happen in the market. So if we do put in that lower high, I am interested in here. This is what I'm really interested in back here, around this 105 zone in here. This is pretty solid in here. Let me see. Yeah, this is pretty solid in here. So this has my attention here. But if not there, then back here around this 99. So these are the two that I will be watching to see how price does. Maybe to come in here and take this liquidity here. Then I know that everyone is still harping on the gap. I know that a lot of people are still harping on that gap. But it had it yeah, we do want to, I don't want to see price coming below here, because if we're doing more than this right here, then we are possibly going to be putting in our bear market. We're going to be going into our bear market zone, and that starts around a 70 something thousand dollar range, and goes down to like 50, I believe. We'll put this on actually I can go over to the monthly chart and we can take a look at that. But these two areas right here, keep these in mind. You can see what this is, 99,096 in here. And then this one right here as a total is between 107 to 105 to 50 in here. So that is just taking into account this actual low right here. And then you have the 786 here, and then the 0.886. So this is the platinum pocket zone right here. All right, so there is a measured target, as I was saying, for the rising wedge. And if we fulfill the target for this rising wedge, we are actually in that bear market, okay? Because like I said, the bear market zone for Bitcoin is going to be down here around, it starts around 70 something thousand dollars. So it is here. So that measured target does put us into the bear market territory. And I can identify that because of, and we're currently, let me just say that because I did mention this again in a tweet that we were currently below this low in here. Now I can extend this because it is something that I do where I... can extend this like that. Yeah, I can extend it like that. And let me just actually go ahead and do the same thing with the top line in here. Okay, just in case. I don't think I need to, but computer is lagging just a little bit. I need to restart it. I just didn't want to lose any of the information that I worked on, so or a little bit something like that. But yeah, we are just beneath this right here, but and that's coming from your line bias, which is why I did that extension like that. So that's coming from your line bias, and based on that, we are outside of this rising wedge here. Target move again, like I said, would be down here around the 70 something $1,000. That is bear market range. I can see that actually it's not okay. So 68 right now is actually where we go into bear market territory. So 68 to about 49. That is going to be, and if we do let's just say expand just a little bit, you typically don't expand. You had this one little situation in here where you can see we had that very minor expansion here. But aside from that, you don't typically see any sort of expansion or anything like that. So yeah, between that 68 to that 49 is going to be our bear market territory right there. And we should bounce. We shouldn't be doing more than let's just say the 49. So anywhere from here, it's a buy zone. It's a buy zone. And it is authentic. Can take you through, just so you see. That's where you cap out at. That's it. You don't do more than that. That bottom cloud right there, that's your low. And you come to it every time you enter the bear market. So that's where you're at right there. I'm not putting a lot of focus on the lower time frames. I'm really just gonna focus on the higher time frames. I really started to get away from focusing on the higher time frames, and that was a bad mistake. Instead of me just looking at, because I was always a macro analyst, and I minimized myself to just simply, you know, trading and stuff like that. So let's get back to the basics here. Oh yeah, I also turned off many of the 4 hour levels that I had in here, and I turned them off because, like I said, I'm gauging with the higher time frames for one thing, and two, this is just all one big gap. So based on new information, this is just one big gap. And besides that area of resistance that I mentioned to you, I showed you on that 4 hour time frame, or was that the daily time frame? Besides that, this should be a nothing burger right here at some point for price to just push through. And therefore, I turned off the other levels in here because there is no chop. There's nothing through here. As you can see that, there's nothing through here. Just one big inefficiency, and that's it. So took those other levels, turned those other levels off, and just left on the main levels in here that I truly think that price will respect. Okay. I probably need to extend these out just a little. Actually, I don't have to bother with that. I won't take you through that. And let's see. Yeah. So Ethereum. All right, so this was the actual level that I tweeted out, as the tweet came in, and the initial tweet came in, not the second one where he announced the $100,000 tariffs. And I gave you zones in here for Ethereum. This was the last zone that I actually gave you in here for Ethereum. And what happened was, actually, let me see. Give me just a second. Trying to see what's the best place for me to do this from. I try to share as much as I can, especially on ones that I thought were going to be worth your attention despite the drop. That's really where I put my focus at. So, boy. I guess maybe I didn't put this one over there on CMC. Let me see right here. So if you don't follow me on X, I encourage that you do follow me. It's at Down to Crypto TA on X. I just started last weekend. This last week on CoinMarketCap, putting in a lot of information over there. So I finally got my little, I got like 15. Let's see. My computer is so lagging. I'm really gonna have to. I got 18 followers now on CoinMarketCap, so if I can get that number up, that'd be great, because I really, really, really do provide some pretty good information. Especially when it comes to levels. I'm a boss with that. All right, and so all right, so on Ethereum, we had got down into here, so we were watching this one. We got a little bit of a bounce off of that one. We got a little bit of bounce off of that one, but they were all like really, really minor bounces. And then we came down into here, and we started to hold this zone in here, and it was like, dang. All right, so I know that if it's not holding here, we're gonna come in here for this liquidity right here, and this was based on if the selling continues, because it, for me, it just should have stalled out. It should have stalled out, but I mean, you have no control over that. So it was just back down here into our daily level. So I mean, basically, these are the same levels that we've had in here for a hot minute. Like these are the same levels, period. So we ended up coming back into this one right here, and computer, stop dragging on me, please. All right, and so that is this level right here. That's this one. So we started to hold it and dance around, blah 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 blah. I did go in and add additional levels. Like I added all of the daily levels, because Ethereum responds very well to daily levels. So that's what I did. So I just went in and added I got this in here double. I don't know why I have it in here double, and I don't know which one of these. I'm gonna take this one away. Keep this one in here. And if I have it dashed out, that means it's a newer level. If I have it solid in here, that means I'm looking to my right. I'm sorry, to my left. looking to my left a lot further to find where that support or resistance could possibly be at. But I did it all the way down to where bear market is, or bear market zone is for Ethereum. That's why, it looks like that, and it looks looks like it's a far drop if you're zooming out, and it kind of is. But I'm going to show you where that level is also for Ethereum. All right, just in case. So we're back up here at the resistance. This was one of the you can't see it because I've already deleted it, but it was one of the levels in here from that had the yellow box on it. But anyway, this is the resistance for Ethereum that we're knocking on right now. We had a little range in here, or at least it was potentially going to be a range, but you can see it. Yeah, I can't classify that because we didn't. Let me make sure. Yeah, I couldn't classify it. I'm going to take that one away. And then we just have this range in here right now. So if we continue to push up, maybe we'll look for a rejection point in here for Ethereum. It could be, but that is if we get past the zone right here. Right now we are rejecting a little bit. Now I did notice that ETH versus BTC is looking pretty good. Like it's holding up pretty solid. We've taken a look at that a few times. So every time I look at an altcoin, I'm also going to be looking at it against not just USDT, not just Tether or stablecoin. I'm going to be looking at it against Bitcoin as well. So with that, I'm sorry, my computer is. Oh. Come on, please. Okay. It's just stalling really bad, guys. And I am so sorry because I want to get this. Okay, so we're holding pretty good here, looking pretty decent here on US Ethereum versus Bitcoin. We talked about this right here. We did nuke through it, just came back down here to the support level, which could have been a really, really, really good thing for not just Ethereum, but a lot of the altcoins as well. Because I mean, I think we eat back into some of this wick. No doubt about it. We either eat back into some of it or we go lower than the wick, which is fine because we've already felt that pain. We've already felt that pain, so we know what to look for at this point. And I think that'll be your alt season, or at least those particular ones you're gonna want to pay attention to those, or start accumulating, or open up a position on those. But it did come in and hit the support level down in here after losing, but we're back up above here now. And yeah, I mean, ETH versus Bitcoin held up pretty well. We just have to see how it goes today. I was thinking that markets were not going to be open today, but they actually are. It's just a bank holiday, so the way that they process your orders is just going to be different. You're going to have to wait for that settlement. But markets are open today, so I've been sitting on my hands all weekend. Except for buying some spots. I did buy some spots. I bought some spot Chainlink and I bought some spot Litecoin. And I have some limit orders set up for just in case we come back down, because we know what we'll be looking for if that happens. So I'm liking Ethereum from a monthly perspective. And I did post up on this right here, because what I was saying in here is that on the monthly, if you're drawing out your wedge here from your monthly and you're using your line bias here on your monthly time frame, you can see that we're not back testing in here. So it's really good in here. Price hadn't even come back to here, to this trend line in here. So your monthly for Ethereum at this time, it looks really, really good. This is a good little zone in here for the monthly time frame. Also, and you can see how we bounced away from here. So it's holding up pretty good in here. You do have a hole inside right here, and this is all we've done the past month, almost 2, is move about within this range. Put this on the base, and I'm gonna do both of those. Okay, so this, if it does come down, and let me make sure I didn't already have it in here, because I don't want to duplicate it. All right, so this, if we are to come down, that puts us in here, which is where the bear market zone is for Ethereum. And Ethereum, just like Bitcoin, it did see one expansion that last time, but it was very, very, very small. Very small. That was 10%. Yeah, so that's, well, 9%. It's very, very, very small. So you shouldn't be doing any more than that. I'm using this this zone right here. So you can see the numbers over here for where you would be looking at. That'll be it for Ethereum right there. And I can comb through. We can take a look at ETH and see. I mean, actually, I don't even have to do all that, because you can see it. You can see it. That's it. So that's our comeback zone right here. That's your you get in right here. You're making all the money in here for Ethereum. Because that'll be it for it. Around that 2,276 to 1,383, which you don't take out the low. That's one thing about it. You don't take out the low. You never, ever take out the low. Ever. So you don't have to worry about, like you didn't have to worry about it over here. It's going to be the same thing over here. You're not going to take out this low. But you come back in here and you tap anywhere in here, it's a buy. It is a buy. Buy. All right, and that's ETH on the macro, what you have to look for with that. Dang, order block is all the way down here, huh? Oh, and in case you need to know what this is right here, I'm really hoping that these prices. I'm tell you, honestly, I really do hope the prices come down. I do. I just do. It's gonna be a great buy if they do, because they really didn't give anybody enough time to, like, you had to have your limit orders already in place, or if you can get on an exchange, you had to be quick. And most people couldn't even get on the exchanges. Most of the exchanges, like your Binance and your Coinbase and your Kraken, they weren't working properly, or they were working properly and they just weren't letting you work on them. Okay, so it's a doozy. All right. Nothing new under the sun with Solana. That's for certain, because I always say Solana's price targets are cookie cutter, and this was something that we always say, always give you a, if it goes up, then I'm going to be looking for it to come in here. If it comes down from here, I'm going to be looking for it to come in here, and that's exactly what we did. So the levels on Solana, they are not surprising. They've been here. I've had these same levels on my chart for multiple years, actually, unless something, a new one popped up for a weekly, and that will usually be something that's all the way up at the top, something like that. But these are really old levels. Like, it doesn't change. It just doesn't change. So yeah, I mean, we just came back into our 188 to 164 zone. We've seen price action respect this level multiple times. I think this used to be our goal right here, but we've seen price come into here multiple times. So this is Solana's bear market territory right here, and I'm just gonna click that, and so that's gonna be, make sure I do that again, make sure I'm looking at the right thing. So that's going to be 145 to 95. This is the bear zone for Solana. Let me see if I can, all right, hold on for me. Turn this off for now. It's just consolidation, chop, all that good stuff. You can see how slow my computer is moving. And so you can see that. You can see that for Solana, it's right here, 145 to 195 for Sol. And this will remain this way unless for some reason price stays where it is right now and up into November, then maybe it'll minimize what that drop would look like by inching up just a little bit more, something like that. But right now, this is what it is. It's 145.95. It would just inch up a little bit and do something like that. And that's what I'll be looking for Solana on a larger scale. I doubt I can pull anything from this one. Okay, yeah, I could. So you can see we actually topped out in here. This is what Zcash looks like right about now too. So you can see it topped out right up in here. It's typically the monthly, 3 month that just kind of tell me like where price more than likely won't be able to push through at the moment. But the monthly is, this lower cloud right here is typically where price returns to when we go into a bear market. And price is currently above the let's see, yeah, currently above the 20 SMA on the weekly time frame as well. So that's pretty good, even though we can see that we did break structure a little bit. If I put it on this one right here, it's going to look tiny bit different, because you can see that what price dropped back to also is here into this trend line right here. Or if I do it differently, and I expect for us to potentially, if we come up, maybe back testing here or just hit the low in here of that 207 for another rejection right there. That's a big possibility right there. But if you were to do this differently, let me just, I mean, you really don't have to, because clear as day, that's what we hit. But I am going to change it up a little bit just in case, like I said, we come back in here, which is really nothing to come back to for Solana. Like, it did not get a big wick. It did not. And a big candle, but no big wick. Hold on, I want to hide that. I'm sorry, just waiting on my computer to stop dragging on me, please. Just in case it decides it wants to. Yeah, I think I'll go with this one right here. Yeah, I'll do it like that. So I'm just gonna my bad. I'm just making sure the line was pretty good since I freehanded it. I am a little bit of a perfectionist. So we know that if for some reason we're losing the bounce in here, that we would likely be coming into our bear market zone. So you know that. That's what that's going to represent for you. If we're not holding it here for Solana, then we're likely going to do our bear market territory. All right, let me move forward to a couple of other things in here. I'm gonna jump on Zcash because I kept posting on this is just going to be versus Bitcoin in here right now. Okay, so because I kept posting on this and I kept saying, okay, we're at resistance. I know on Friday, I think it was, we were right in here or something like that. At this one, we're either down here or we were here. But I just knew that we were at resistance in here. So I just let you know, hey, you want to, I think we were right in here. Yeah, we were right in here. We were at this one because I posted potential zones for you to be able to get long off of. Yeah. Because we were on stream and I highlighted some zones for Zcash, and we actually did see the bounce off of the zone. Yeah, we actually did see the bounce off of the zones because we were looking at this. I drew this out and I just wanted to catch these last 2 weeks in here for a potential return zone in here or something. Anyway, yeah, you're at resistance on Zcash, so be careful in here. That was one of the last things I was posting on. I posted up on this twice. You're at resistance. Do not jump in here and start buying the top. You're at resistance against Bitcoin. You're also at resistance. Zcash price is also at resistance right now. So jumping in and Zcash up here at the tops, just not a good look. And you can see we already started with the inside on our weekly. So immediately inside on the weekly. So whatever Bitcoin is doing at this point, Zcash is going to do it just as hard, okay? At this point. Is there room for it to go higher? It can, but it is at some major resistance. It can. It may still have the ability to take out its high, but you're really there. You really are there. So this is it against Bitcoin right here. And this is the actual chart for it here. All right, so this is what I'm just kind of looking at on it right now. This is your highest point in here. This is going to be where you have your all-time high sitting there. But anything in here, this is your cloud. And I just put the boxes in here instead, but this is your top cloud in here. This is your bear cloud right here. And it's a pretty large bear cloud. And I have to assess this one off of your 3-month time frame. That was the best way for me to do this one. So if I go on to your 3-month here, you see what I'm talking about in here. So this is major resistance in here. That's why it's topping out and all that good stuff in here too. It's major resistance in here, big support, and these are really wide, which I don't like. But like I said, you could still potentially come up here and take out your high, but it would be your rejection instantly. It would be a rejection. It's not an expanding situation in here. It's like what I told you with Ethereum. When I assessed Ethereum on the monthly and in the 3-month time frame, I let you know it's not something that extends. Even if it does push through, it's a rejection. You'd be looking for some sort of consolidation before a real move would even happen. So that's what's happening in here with Zcash right now. So between these 2 points right here, you can see that's 282 to 372. So wherever your high is up there, and then down here your lows is 104 to 1578, which I don't know that it'll be doing that again. But if it did falter, understand all of that will be gone. All of this would be gone. If the worst case scenario, it'll be back down in here, and that would absolutely suck. But you're already breaking in here. That's this trend line right here from here to here. You're already breaking that, and you've already dropped back down into this one right here where you had that temporary pushover right here. You had the temporary pushover. You tried to hold that as support. You dropped down. You tried to hold it within here, and now you're down below it. So it is rejecting a bit in here. I did put in a must hold right here. So your must hold right here is 238.31 to 230.99. This is where you want price to hold in the event that it does pull back into here. Now you do have this range in here that I highlighted out right here. So there is a range, and like I said, that range is coming from the daily, because this is your third candle inside right here on your daily. So this is your mother bar right here. Is this one? So you could potentially come down into here and sweep, but really once you lose this right here, it's not the prettiest chart anymore. Hopefully some sort of recovery would happen fast. It starts to hold around in here and tries to push back up again. But once you lose this right here, it's not the prettiest chart anymore. I can assure you of that. 238.31 to 230.99. You want to see price holding that. If it's not holding that, then it's at jeopardy of something different. Okay, it's something different, and that's what I can see. Now, I do have levels in here for it. I can turn all of this other stuff off in here. Let me just sync this. Try not to have to redraw everything every time. Let me turn that off. All right, so I do have levels in here for it. And when I was looking at that one, hold on, I can't tell which. Okay, so that puts you back into if for where the mother bar is. Let's just say you're sweeping the liquidity in here, then this is your 209 to 198 right here. If you can just manage to sweep that liquidity and then try to push back up again. But that one box in here, like I said, this is important right here, because once you lose that, and then of course you can see you would also be breaking structure in here a bit, which I mean could be a setup for some sort of a bullish wedge or flag or something like that. But at the same time, you need this. You need that weekly right there, that 230.51. You need it. I'm just trying to, you see, I don't even have my eye, there it is. Like, it is freezing so bad. It's freezing on me really, really bad. So like I said, I'm sticking to the higher time frames right now. That is what you should be focusing on as well, your higher time frames. Let's go through here. All right, Binance coin, it is starting to break out again. I had this zone in here as a potential resistance, but like I said, the last time I posted up on BNB, it wasn't done yet. We still got the 1500 up here that I think could be a potential target, but we'll see how things go once the market opens, or if it decides it wants to fail in here and come back down. Let me check for any bearish divergence or anything like that. So you have bear divs already. You got bear divs on momentum. You got, well, it's the candle's still live. So let me just say, in the moment, looking at the chart, that's what it is. It is a bear div on momentum, on volatility. Yeah, you got bear divs on it. So maybe it SFPs or something like that, or by the end of the day or something like that. But it did hold up in here. As far as your bear zone goes for BNB, it's going to be right here. It's going to be at 604 to 356. That's a hell of a drop, right? That is a hell of a drop. You already know what the, let me see. You already know what your actual levels are in here for BNB, and they're all down here. There is no new prints. No new prints for your weekly. At least when I last checked, I didn't see anything, but I'll go back and I'll look again. But I didn't see any new prints for it. So that's it. Everything is down here towards your bear market zone. Everything. That would be a big fall from grace, right? And show you here on your monthly. That's going to be your zone right in here. Make sure I don't need to scale this up a little bit. Look like I might, hold on. Did I do? Okay, no, that's right. Okay. $6.10 to $3.56, and like I said, if it's still up here in the air like this, then there's a good chance that this can continue to push up a little bit more, and then you won't come down as low. But again, just we like to show the back test on everything. You can see that that's going to do it for you. That's going to be it for you. All right. As with crypto, you're not going to take out your low. So your low is not going to be a thing. But you will meet this cloud again. I think I had this on the daily. And then against Bitcoin, this was what we talked about the last time. Remember, we were here. We were sitting here at resistance, and that's what Binance Coin price stalled out exactly. We met our target right here initially last week, and we stalled out there, and that's where you saw the little cool off, the same way you're seeing on Zcash right now. And then I told you that the next zone would be in here, actually coming into here, and then you can see 1, 2, 3 times it stalled out in here. So we'll see how it does once it can push up a little bit more. I like to see it push up a little bit more into this zone right here. It could be stalling out where it is right now, but I know that we're in the zone right here again. 1, 2, 3 times that price actually did see some sort of a rejection. So see if we get that again. And if not, we have the double bottom here and the measured move all the way up here. All right, for Binance versus BTC is in here. And if this stops stalling, that line will correct. So 0.015, whatever that was right there. Yeah, 0.015 in there for BNB. If I look at this from, let me just turn this off for a minute. Let me see if your your monthly is your respect zone in here. It's going to be, your high is going to be all the way up in here somewhere. It's really where I want to see your low is at, because your high is always going to be wherever your highest point is. All right, so you're expanding through in here, so I won't be able to use this one right here for it, because you are expanding. Like I said, it has plenty. If it gets past here, past this point right here, this one, then it doesn't have a lot of chop through here to really run. It doesn't have a lot of chop, and then that will get you, like I said, your measured move would be all the way up through here somewhere. And then let me see your 3 month. Okay, so let me see if that met that. Yep, it sure does. It meets it up here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That would be glorious, huh? That would be glorious. So now I'm also seeing that when it comes to the Bitcoin pair, I need to use the 3 month, where when it's just, your altcoin versus stablecoin, or the dollar, then it's your monthly, but it's your 3 month otherwise, and that's your range of volatility right there. So It's a pretty nice move for Binance Coin. Really nice, really nice. All right, let me turn this one off. Put this back on our daily in here. Oh, I think I had this on the. Did I have this on the daily or the weekly? I think I had it on the weekly. I don't think that there was any way of me capturing this properly. Even if I did it like that, it still would have just been this level in here. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. So I'm gonna put this back over here on the weekly time frame in here. But yeah, great look for BNB. So you can see what I'm looking at. Of course, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Zcash, Binance, and then we have our others. And let's move on to those. We might be swinging a little bit, and we know we're at resistance, but you know, we don't want to try to fade something too quick just yet. All right. And so our other one that I'm looking at is SUI. And these are all charts that I posted up on that you can go back. You can go to those posts and take a look at them, either on CoinMarketCap or on X at Down to Crypto TA. So this is where we are with SUI. Now for SUI, which is beautiful, let me just tell you, I know some people got hurt with SUI, and I posted up that video again because I was so on freaking point, except for us hitting into the bear market territory. I actually cut price off right here, right before entering bear market territory, because I didn't think that it was time for that, but I did, and I said it many videos. Don't buy leverage on SUI. Don't do leverage. I told you I added a spot position in here, and I showed you the 3 points all the way down to here is where I said I would buy, and I would stop buying here because then we hit bear market territory for one, and it wasn't expected. I said I would stop buying here, and I said because if we're going past here, we're doing something different. So I said do not buy it on leverage unless you know you have the ability to sit through the pain of price action dropping on you about 50% more. Because I could see it in the chart. I said resistance is here. You're going to hit that resistance around 393. And you can see what we got up to right here. 397. I said you're going to hit that resistance in here. I said it's on that weekly time frame. I see it. I said if you can bear through the pain, I'm buying a little bit, but if you can bear through the pain, spot it, because I said it's a good chance it comes down here. A good chance. Trump accelerated that. SUI was already bearish. Trump accelerated that move. And what we ended up doing, also, you know what? It's not important. It's not important. But this hit bear market zone. And like I said, you don't take out your low. You do not take out your low. You got to be a trash coin if you take out your low. So you can see how they did not take out that low, but they sent it into the bear market territory. And so if I take you to your monthly, I'm going to hide all of that. They sent you to your bear market territory. And when you're a good coin, you're not going to take out your low. So you can see you do not take out your low. But that's your zone. That is your bear market zone. So if you caught this anywhere down here in this green zone, congratulations to you. Congratulations to you if you caught this anywhere down here in this green zone, because you actually caught your bear market lows. You caught your bear market lows. This is what I was interested in, because this is when SUI, that 195, 190. Let me turn it on. Here, this is what I was interested in, and I'm hoping it comes back down here again. And I told you I would buy it here, I would buy it here, and I would buy it in here. I said I cut it off right here, because we're losing this, we're doing something different. And sure enough, but I couldn't even get on the exchange to buy it. I didn't have the limit order set. Because I wanted to see how price would do when it came down to the levels. I should have had my limit order set. But I could not get on Coinbase. I could not get on Coinbase to get in here to get any of this. When I saw what it did, oh my gosh. This right here was where SUI first got listed on the centralized exchanges. So right across here, this is what I was interested in as the low. So maybe they'll bring price back down here to test this. Maybe they will. Not sure. We are holding up pretty good within this the lower rising bound in here. So we'll see if we can. If we can, I would love that. I would love that, because I didn't set a limit order. So I'm out of luck. I'm so out of luck. And by the time you could get anything working again, it had already started to pull back, and it was like, it's not even at the first level I said I would add into. So, and I sat on my hands all weekend too, with the exception of buying some Chainlink and some Litecoin. So I'm gonna be watching to see if SUI is gonna bounce from here, or if SUI will come back down and at least tap into this zone right here, the 194 to 186. If it comes back into bear market territory, I am kind of gonna watch this right here, somewhere around this 125, something like that, because this is what price fell to after it was listed. So I'm gonna be looking back in here. All right. Because they may not want to do this again. Probably wouldn't revisit this wick down here or anything. So I'll be checking on this right here. About that 125. Like I said, that's what price fell after it was listed on the exchange. It fell back into that point right there. So watching it on SUI. And like I said, with SUI, it's a liquidity thing. So most of the liquidity is coming from leverage positions and not spot. That's why I'm encouraging spot too. Because if something like that happens again, you'll be safe in your spot and not in your leverage position, especially when the whatever liquidity SUI has is coming from leverage positions. It really needs to build up on spot. It really, really does. And then you have your occasional token unlocks and all that good stuff. So yeah, spot is going to be the best place for you. Um, not leveraging it, not leveraging it. Let me see if I had anything in here, anything else in here that I needed to look at. But this you are squeezing really good in here. I think. Let me see. Let me turn on your Bollinger Bands and see. I mean, you can see it from the wedge in here that it is squeezing. Yeah, you can see it from the wedge in here that it is squeezing. It's starting to expand down right here. This is expanding down. So, a little bit of weakness, even though we got this nice candle recovery in here. It's still some weakness in here. And I think it may have been like a 4 hour. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, so you are above the 20 SMA at the moment here on this 4 hour time frame, but I'm zooming out and I'm going to stay zoomed out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stay zoomed out. I cannot do. I'm gonna keep it to this weekly over here for SUI. But you're in your support right now for SUI, and then I'll take a look at SUI versus Bitcoin in here. All right. So SUI versus Bitcoin, you are within a tight range, right? So this has just been our range in here. This has been our support level against Bitcoin, has been this low in here. So this is held. And I had all these notes in here from prior, but this has held, and this held a few times in here. And I put in here 1, 2, 3. So, but you can see over here where it sort of rejected right there, held as resistance. But in terms of support, 1, 2, 3, and things could have been a lot smoother without Trump's speech. But again, like I said, it was already showing weakness in here, and we're within this tight zone, and this is where we've been not able to really see a breakout against dominance. So we've been putting in lower highs against Bitcoin dominance, but we have held the support level in here. You could say that this is descending and destined to break down is what it was. Descending and destined to break down. In fact, it would have never made that measured move anyway, though. But and then you can see your VWAP range. You can see your bandwidth 1. So you're just stuck within your VWAP in here. Oh, crap. That hit perfect. I didn't even take a chance. I didn't even take time to look at this. Oh my gosh. Had I done that, I probably could have had us set up and ready to, I could have had us ready. Even more ready. Had I paid attention to that. Look at that. Because I did not pay any attention to that. Dang. Wow. 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 That slapped perfect. Look at that. That measured move is stellar. I promise you, I got to get back to my macro stuff because I'm a beast on macro. I just been trying to trade with you guys, and instead of setting you up for the best. But we back. We back now. Yeah. Sui, I'm bullish on it. And I remain bullish on it. And I said that even though I could see the drop, I said I'm bullish on it. And that for me just seemed like it was a good thing for it, especially if you were able to get it. And I hope that you were somebody that were able to grab it down here if you didn't have it before, or maybe you just add it to your bag or something like that. Spot position. I would avoid leverage again. I don't think that leverage is the play for this, especially when, like I said, that is what's fueling any sort of liquidity it has, is leverage. You don't want to be caught up in that. So build your spot position, and hopefully it will come back down again. That's my hope, and allow you enough time to build your position, because most people leverage because they don't have the capital to buy as much as they want. But if you can gradually get in and build up your position, I think that this one is going to be good. I think it's going to be good. And we'll see if it holds. If it holds that bottom ascending line and holding here, then it's at the support against Bitcoin dominance, and we can see it push back up here again. But like we said, it is putting in lower highs as it's making the move. So we need to see a breakout. I don't think I put a line in here or anything, and I did not. Let me see if this is going to make sense. Okay, so it does. And then we can say we have a breakout. I'm gonna turn all of these off. I'm pondering, like, what am I trying to do? Oh, no, I can't do that because I can't cut through. Cannot cut through a line. I never cut through a line. Ever. Never cut through a line. It does look like it's descending, right? But I mean, even if it is descending, we've already made that measured move. Just wanted to stretch that across there so I could see. We've already made that measured move, even if it is descending. And the best we can do right now is, not against Bitcoin dominance. I don't know. We'll see if we're holding in here. This is going to match up very well with what we're seeing over there on the actual, on the SUI versus Tether. And see if we get the bounce or if we come back down in here. All right. All right. What next? All right, so Chainlink. Chainlink is at a place where we could see it rejecting here within this zone right here. So a couple of things with Chainlink. It did have the rising structure in here. It did break above from that rising structure, came back tested, got another push up, came in, hit the lows, and then rejected from that rising formation at that point. But Chainlink played out as it was called here on the channel, which was the target 1 in here. So target 2, I don't know that that's actually on the table right now. So let me just be fair with that and say, but I am buying because there is a nice, beautiful build up of pressure for Chainlink, which is why I bought some following the dip. Bought a little bit on spot, and if it comes back in and comes anywhere in here, I'm buying again. But I do have limit orders set up for it, and also have a couple of other lines through here. But again, like I said, this could potentially be resistance for it. If not, then maybe we push up and come back into that. If I take this one away, not that one. I got so many parallels in here, I'm telling you. Trying to figure out which one I need to put on for you. Is it this one? No, not that one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So you can also look at it this way. But I think the rising one was a pretty good hit for it. I mean, I got trend lines everywhere. And you can see the one that cut through here for your bear market. I think, let's see, was it this one? No, not that one. This one? No, not that one. This one? Yeah, between this one and that other one. But anyway, that's your bear market zone right there for Chainlink. If it comes into that, that'd be great. I would love to be able to add, but I do have a limit order set up in here for it, but Chainlink held up pretty well. I would have to say it did. It just did its weekly level below. So we were here already at this weekly right here. We just dropped down into the natural next level that I would have been looking at from a macro perspective, which would have been this 18 to 15. So that makes a lot of sense. So this held up really well, and there's a lot of great things on the table for Chainlink also. I know they have a big event coming up. I think it's next month. But let me just double check on that so I can make sure I'm not giving you the wrong information. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, it's this month. So on the 20th, I thought it was something next month that I needed to look at, though. I think there's something where we have like speaker or something like that from JP Morgan, and some other big institutions and things like that, because I know that Chainlink has been has been building up quite a bit of partnerships. So it's definitely worth, if you can get these dips on Chainlink, I think it's definitely worth it. I have to come back to you on that. I'll do a whole separate video on it, and some of the stuff that I cover here today are be the things that I cover, especially with price action and things like that. But here on your monthly, once it comes together in here, and you can see how many times Chainlink has actually dropped down into this one right here, but that would be your 13 to 808. Like I said, you're going to respect whatever low you have in here. That's going to be respected, so you won't be looking for that. Just probably, yeah. Did that just move on me? That was so weird. I'm surprised I don't actually have the line in here. That's weird too, unless it just, I don't know what just happened. $12, maybe about 12, or just the top side in here, which let me take this one away, which would be that $14.20 to $12.97, so about $14.20 to $13, something like that. Yeah, just back into this one right here, potentially. But I did set a limit order for just in case we come back into here. I did set a limit order because I got one buy off of it, and then I like to pick up more if we come back into here. So I set a limit order for like $15.39. Can't say that I get it, but I'll pick up there, and then I'll pick up here as well for Chainlink. And heck, I might just keep picking up, but hopefully, like I said, we shouldn't be taking out any lows in here. But yeah, in here, definitely. And like I said, I got limit order set up right there for Chainlink. So if we reject here and we come back in, that's going to be great. Great to be buying. Great to be buying. On the Bitcoin pair, it's moving a little slow on me, so I apologize. Let me try to... I've got some place to go. Don't pray it will get there. All right, so I didn't do the channel on here, and even if I did, it may have broken it a little bit, but you can see here on Chainlink versus BTC, this falling wedge in here that we would be looking for to break to the upside. Now Chainlink wasn't bad, just like it dropped into that support down here, but I would have looked for it to have bounced from here, at least somewhere across in here, to put in an inverse head and shoulder, and then get the breakout against Bitcoin and push up again. There is, again, like I said, some resistance there on Chainlink price action also, though. But now I know I need to pull out and look at the 3-month. Well, actually, it's the 3-month here on the dominance. But yeah, even if I did this, like, make sure I got that right. Even if I did it like this, you still would have not been perfectly inside of it. Would have been like that. And then probably up here. So slow. It's so slow. It's so slow. It's bugging me. Yeah, you would have been outside of it a little bit anyway. But we've seen it, just be a little bit more respectful. But it doesn't matter. I always look for it to close outside of these lines anyway. That's what I look for. And that's why I'll do it like this. I'll do it for the line bias, because that lets me know that price is not closing outside of the line. And once price closes outside of the line, I can say the behavior has changed versus drawing it wick to wick and then, being a little bit slower with it, unless you're waiting on a back test. And it needs to be something that looks like it's going to get a back test, which doesn't always happen, because sometimes you have a squeeze in here, and when you have a squeeze and a volatile move, it doesn't bring you back down to there. Most of the time, when you got a squeeze, when you got a strong squeeze out, it puts you outside of your standard deviation 2, and you tend to ride that 2 and 1 up for a bit, so you don't get that back test. So I don't know that there is any sort of a squeeze in here on this. I mean, we see the squeeze from okay, so we could see the narrowing in here, and then you can see how it did get a little bit of a little bit of a squeeze in here, but it pushed up, and then it failed on that move. Got that signal back in here. Probably had a bear div. No, that's not a bear div right there. Maybe had a bear div in here on the indicator, where you had a lower high on price action, higher high there. Let's see. It's frozen. You can see my little cursor moving, but okay, there we go. I may have posted something on. I did. I posted if it comes up, and you can go back and take a look at. Man, did everything get deleted? No, it didn't. It's in here. So all of your data in here. Let me go with your weekly in here. So yeah, we ended up having the bear div. In here on this push up. So that breakout, that squeeze failed, but you can see that in here. So I am going to be waiting in here to for that next squeeze to take place in here. I do want that, so I am attempting to accumulate throughout here for Chainlink. It would be close to its bear market zones in here too, which makes it really interesting. But yeah, we did have a bear div on that pop-up right there. But you can see your points in here where it got its rallies against Bitcoin dominance. So in here, and I just did what was inside of this wedge in here so far. This is all I focused on, was what was inside of the wedge in here and nothing else. You can see we also had the bear div down here on the MACD also. Bear div on the RSI. You didn't have bear div on your volatility in here at all. Just your squeeze and your breakout. And that was authentic. But, your momentum, you didn't have the momentum on the breakup. Just your volatility was in, worked. And the rest of it was a bear div. So want to see another squeeze come in here. For now, if it does push up, for me, that's going to state that it's a weak high on a push up. Even if it breaks out, I'm going to have to regard it as a weak high. We are holding up on the 20 SMA right now. So that's important to note as price is sitting here at this weekly level right here at that top side right there. It is above the 20 SMA there, or just kind of resting on top of it ever so slightly. And that was what we saw. And I'm just going to use I'll just put this one in here, make it easier. So you can see that right there. But any sort of a breakout you might see, I regard it as a weak high. Not just for the Bitcoin, but that's also going to show you what you're getting on your dollar pair, a weak high. Until I see a squeeze, that's all I can say you're going to get there. It'd be the same thing like right in here, how it pushed up again here, how it bounced away from the 20 SMA and came up, because there was no sort of a squeeze like this right here. You had the one from the bottom had risen, so that's your breakdown. Of course, that's where your prices break down from right there, which I need to go back over to Bitcoin because I didn't even get back into that again. But that's where you're looking for a breakdown. So you got a weak high and then you got a breakdown. If you'd have pushed up any more in here, I would have told you again, you're probably going to get a weak high, just like it got a weak high in here. You see these weak highs in here? Those were weak highs too, and that's where you started to roll over completely. Come on. So you got those weak highs in here, and that started your fall right here. But you also had your squeeze and pressure for the downside in here as well. But that's what I would tell you. You see a breakout, do not get overly excited. Do not get overly excited because it will indicate weakness. It will, until we start to see that squeeze again or something like that. Let's see. Let me turn all of this off. And I hope when I do go back in here and refresh, I don't have to, I'm going to turn that off too. Worry about the data disappearing on me, but you can see this information that I'm sharing with you now. I'm not sure if I posted it on X. I may have, because I'm pretty sure, like I said, I posted on X and I post on CoinMarketCap now. I know I did post it here. Yeah. So you can see I did share all of this information here. So you can go on to CMC and see this information in here. The levels that I have in there, the information about your bear divs, and you see what your monthly looks like, right? So we're about to get into that monthly, which is why I am buying Chainlink. How many times have you seen that squeeze on the monthly? How many times have you seen it? Now we got some bearish stuff to talk about, but how many times have you seen that squeeze? And that was your weekly one. So you can look back at that information there if you need to. If this will act right and allow me to, come on, computer. Come on, computer. Monthly. Monthly is the beast. The monthly is the beast. All right, let me see what we got on here. We got. All right, so same thing here with the bear div here on the monthly time frame. So we also had the bear div. Now this bear div right here is not coming from yes it did, it came from here too. So you got it from all walks. Let me see, why is that up there like that? This, all right, so you had the bear div on momentum, you had the bear div on volatility as well. And then right down in here, what you're going to see is that the MACD is not coming above the 0 line, which your strength is going to be when you're getting above the 0 line. You also had your, let's see, that's your weekly. All right. All right. So yeah, you're not coming above your 0. You want to be above your 0. This information doesn't go back far enough, but I guarantee if you could see it, you'll see what the difference is in being above your 0 line with your MACD and being below in here. So you're not getting that bullish momentum that you need because you're not managing to come up above your 0 here. You're not getting above your mean. Let me just put it to you like that. You're not coming above your mean on your MACD. You're not getting above your mean here with your Bollinger, which means you're not getting above your 20 SMA in here either. You're not getting above your mean here on the RSI. So you're staying below your 50 in here. And then when you did get above it, each time you failed and then you got knocked back down. So you can see that right here. If you did manage to get above it, it was short-lived. That steam was short-lived and you got knocked back down. And you had the bear div in here, so you got knocked back down. Like I said, in here, it's not even coming anywhere close to the mean in here. But that will change once this is done developing in here. Now, how much it gives, that's going to be another story. I have no control over that. Neither do you. But we know that we will have some sort of a pressure in here. And if that happens with us crossing above the means, especially the one down here, if you see it cross above the mean on the MACD, because that hasn't happened, I'm assuming that Chainlink is going to get that breakout of that falling wedge, and then you will see a nice rally on it. Not a fake one, not a fake out move like we were looking at on that weekly time frame. But you'll see a strong rally on it, and it could come off the backs of all of those partnerships. So I'm buying Chainlink. I am buying Chainlink. You have a nice trend regression line in here too. If you didn't see that, this nice trend regression line here on your RSI that cuts down here and pretty much giving you your bounce zones in here. It's a pretty clean one too. Really clean. Really clean. Every time clean. So you can plot that on your chart. That trend regression line there. And like I said, watch your MACD. You want your MACD to come up above that 0. And do what it hasn't done since back in this explosive move right here. I'm definitely buying. All right. And then let's turn that off. Let's go 3 month in here. Let's see if I can get any data off of you. And I can. This region in here is super large. And you even expand it a little bit in here. Ouch. The cap on this is not as great, but that's fine. You can see the cap on here is not as great. but it is thinning out, and that's another thing, to look for too, where the volatility is not as wide. It has some really wide volatility in here, but it's thinning out, so that's great. Maybe it could get an expansion in here or something like that, but right now this would be it. If that, if and when we do start to see that monthly play out. Let me see if I got anything down here that I can note. I might on this 3-month. That's kind of interesting. It's going to turn on all my noise anyway, so this line just inserted itself. I'm going to delete that. Turn this off. I guess it just deleted the line. Okay, all right. Perfect. All right. Change that color. All of this stuff is going to be gone. So you see, we'll be looking for a breakout here on the 3-month time frame on the RSI as well. Probably wouldn't put us above the 50. I'm not sure. But if it did, that could be a little bit of that could be an inverse right here. We still have, hold on, let me see what we still have here. 2 months. So we got some time, but that's okay. That is okay. Let me turn that off. We still have 2 months though. I'm just gonna, this is on the RSI. Okay. It doesn't need a folder, but it is gonna help me. So 3M. Because I might come back in and add some additional notes on this 3-month time frame here for Chainlink. But that's the perfect trend regression line you have right there. And probably plot the one down below here too for the little wedgie structure. Oh yeah, that is what that's telling me. So let me take that away. But we already spotted that. So I don't think that there's anything in here that I need to look at. Because we already spotted this, unless for some reason this goes back further. First move up gonna be a bear div. Still got some time on this. Yeah, this was more or less probably what we had already seen in here already. It's more or less this right here. Yeah, because it couldn't have been this. I mean, unless it was, it couldn't have been that. And I doubt I would do it like that. So yeah, we were already looking at that already. So nothing really here. That's just going to be this. That's just going to be this. This here for Chainlink. All right. Um, I started out with XRP, didn't I? Yeah, I think I started out with XRP. Who else is it? Litecoin. That's what it is. Litecoin. And I expressed that I know a lot of people find Litecoin to, be a underachiever. You can be wrong. I mean, because if you're going to call Litecoin an underachiever, you got to go back and call Zcash one. And look where it's sitting. Look where it's sitting. So let's call a spade a spade. You can't call Litecoin an underachiever and not say that that wasn't the same situation for Zcash, because it was. All right, I have no notes showing up in here on Litecoin. Why is that? I have nothing showing up in here. That's weird. I may not have something synced. Oh, Hyperliquid is going to be another good one, but I haven't done any due diligence on that. So, oh yeah, these were the levels that we were watching on Zcash. These were the levels I had highlighted for it. And get rid of this. Is this not the chart I was just using? Because this wasn't showing up before. Maybe I didn't bring the chart back to here. And that was that first measured move, and then it popped down and it hit that, and then we got the bounce away, and then it finally decided to nuke a little bit more. So that was that. I can get it to delete. I want to get to that Litecoin, but let's see. No, I didn't have Zcash in here. What did I have in here? That's weird. If it wasn't Litecoin, then because I don't have any information showing up for it. What was it? That's just gonna undo everything I just took off of it. Okay, look at that. It was Chainlink. I'm so ignorant. Let me find Litecoin. Computer is slow. I know I'll have it when I can see the information for it. And I know I need to sync it because it's not showing up. That's weird. Maybe this is it. All right, yeah. So yeah, this is it. This is it right here. I can push this out on the monthly time frame right here. You can see what we actually dropped into here for Litecoin in here. So we just basically came back to our bear market lows in here for Litecoin. You can see very well respected ascending bottom in here. That's exactly where it hit at, and it did a really nice recovery. Before we got the dump off, Litecoin was bouncing off of the support, breaking out from the support against Bitcoin, and it was looking really, really good. And then it held up for a little while against that drop with Bitcoin, and then you know it ended up being one of the ones altcoins that really nuked on that. So, but it did for a short period of time. It did not move the needle on the price action, and then suddenly, I'm assuming that a lot of leverage positions got hit, and then that sent it back down to the accumulation zone there, which is that low. So if you manage to pick up Litecoin anywhere down there, you are a legend. Okay, you're a legend. And I know that it's just been consolidating in here. It's been going on in here for quite some time, 1,369 days so far of being within this range in here, and maybe a little bit more. I don't know. But 1,369 is what I'm getting in here from this point over here to over here. It's just been ranging in here, and I'm expecting an explosive move to take place. You don't just range and not get an explosive move. So at some point, this is going to break out and break up, because this is our bear market low. Now, the market makers or whatever, the worst thing can happen and we can lose it. So I'm not saying it like it's all going to be 100%. Um, it's not a guarantee, but if it's not broken, there's nothing to fix. It's nothing to fix unless there's something damaged, right? And there's nothing damaged here so far. It has been working. So if you see price action come back down into here, I just tell you what I'm doing. I see price action come back down, I'm buying. So I did pick up a little bit of Litecoin, and I have limit orders set for it to add on to the position. So up right now, which is great. But again, it comes back through here, then I'm picking it up. But nice bear right here, bearish control zone right there. You can see it right here as well. Once this comes on, stops dragging. All right, and I have notes in here for it. So you can see perfectly back into our bear market zone, which winner chicken dinner. Used to have a wide cloud in here, right? So the expansion for any drops into it were extremely large. And then you can see where your cloud thins out and where it compresses here in between. But this is what I'm really more focused on right now. It's going to be the bottom cloud alone by itself, and the difference between the volatility in here and the difference between the volatility when you have a smaller block. And anywhere you see that you've had a smaller block at for Litecoin, you've seen an explosive move to the upside here. So let me just expand this out a little bit. It's just easy. Turn the consolidation off right there. And right here. All right. So anytime you've seen that, you've seen some sort of an explosive move take place. So you have a compressed lower cloud, and that tends to lead to a nice big move up. You have an expanded cloud. You still get a move, but not so much. You have a compressed cloud right here. You get an expanded move up. And again, like I said, you have an expanded cloud. You still get a move up, but it typically caps out wherever that top side of that cloud expansion is. It's going to be somewhere right in there. So you have a compressed cloud in here. You just haven't got that move just yet. You just haven't got it. It looks like there was some sort of an attempt in here, got a nice rejection, as it is still in an accumulation zone. So that is your accumulation zone, okay? Where I will be looking for a breakout and up from this compressed cloud. And then let's take a look here. So we don't have it in here just yet. That's probably going to be the next setup. Seeing this part in here, because we can see it. We see it right here. We see it. It actually took place back in here. All right, and we don't have it. We don't have it right here just yet. So do want to see that in here as well, which means I probably have time on building that position up. You can see that it, oh gosh. Once I get through today, I will refresh this PC for tomorrow. In here where it started to compress, it just didn't get the expansion in here. And then in here, you really just led into a weak high because you really didn't have any compression in here. Not against this indicator right here. You didn't see any compression in here. So that's something that I'm waiting for right in here. It's just to get that compression in here. But that's going to come. And then that takes me to I'm gonna take us if I can get us over there. Let me just turn back on the accumulation zone and all that good information right there. Computer is so slow. Oh boy. I promise you it's coming. It's just super slow. All right, that's going to take me back to this idea in here. All right, so we were on support, remember, for Litecoin. We were on support right before we got that nuke. This is just one of those lines that I noticed prior. But we were on support. And then we got that nice bounce up. So we were at support here. We got that nice push up, holding up against Bitcoin dominance, and then it stopped holding up and we just fell through in here. Basically back into this right here. And now we're having to start over. So if we're going to hold, I do want to see it hold in here. I don't want to see it drop back down into here. Not against Bitcoin. I don't want to see that. But I guess if I want what I want for it, that might be the case. So you can just watch this line in here, all that good stuff right here on your dominance Bitcoin pair in here. The thing that This is what's beautiful. This. Now, I did state, look, it just hasn't had any dominance over this QTD cloud whatsoever. Just constantly riding below it, riding below it, riding below it. You had this one moment in here, one in here, one in here, where it looked like you might have got some hopium in there, but for the most part, you have been riding underneath this. But that's okay, because a lot of things have been doing this against Bitcoin. But when I see this right here, when I see this waterfall like this, that leads to something bullish. So if I put us like, let me just put this on two charts so we can compare. And when I posted on it, I compared it to Binance. Binance did the same thing, but I'm gonna show you Zcash because, you know, whenever I see this waterfall like this, that tends to lead to, you're gonna want to see it flatten out, of course. That tends to lead to some nice rallies up against Bitcoin dominance. And with that compression that I'm looking at, when I put those two things together, whatever time it takes for it to develop, you know, that's just the time it takes. Like trading or investing is patience. It's patience. So you just have to wait. But I do see an explosive move coming for Litecoin. Most high willing, that's what we'll have. So I compared it to BNB, but if I show you what Zcash looked like before, you'll see what I'm talking about with the drop and all of that good stuff. So hold on, wrong chart. It's frozen. Is it frozen? Hold on. Okay, here we go. If I compare it to this, you can see. So it took quite, and you can see how it started to thin out. It went from being super thick to starting to thin out and then curve up. Now this one didn't flatten out, which is even more beautiful. When it doesn't flatten out and it does like some sort of a U shape in here, that's even better. And so you can see how Zcash did. And you can see Zcash was a bummer underneath this cloud too. Stayed underneath it. Just flat underneath it. To as far as it can go back forward. And if this stops freezing, I can move us back forward. But this is probably going to be like one of the best examples to compare with compared to Litecoin. This is probably one of the best examples right here. So that's what I'm waiting for over here. Looks good to me. It looks good to me. And just let me take a look here and see what else may have done something like that. That could be some good insight for you. Crow might have been a trashy one. If Crow has enough data behind it. If it comes up. Come on. Nah, Crow isn't a good example at all. I don't like that. I don't like this one right here with Crow. You can see it. Yeah, I don't like this one. I don't like that one at all. I'd rather it. Yeah, I don't like that, period. And to be honest with you, I don't like Ethereums. But you can see where I got that thunderbolt right here, where the cloud jumps up on it and does that. And then you just stay underneath it, and there's no sense in buying it. No sense in buying it, because you see how this white line is acting? There's no purpose in buying it. This is like the only thing that'll keep me from entering a trade prematurely when it's on a complete fall would be something like that. When this white line right here just stays underneath this cloud, there's no sense in touching it because you're not recovering yet. You're just going to keep slipping. So no sense in touching it until it shows you a different behavior. Not the example that I want. So I guess Zcash is probably like going to be the best example for that. Yeah, it's going to be Zcash. I couldn't. Yeah, BNB would be another good example for me, but yeah, Zcash is probably like going to be the best example for it in here. CH bar, not a good example at all. Not a good example at all. And I hope this doesn't stall out like that too. So yeah, probably Zcash. Let me put this back on BNB because this belongs to BNB. If it comes back up, and then I'm gonna take a look at Solana. I think we already did that. Yeah, we already did so, and I talked about the breakdown on that head and shoulder that we saw, and I said I didn't want you to get scared when we take a look at that. So I don't think I showed you that head and shoulders until we got into that Friday. Yeah, we covered this. Solana with the. I think we did. I know I posted on it. If I can get it to open up. If it wants to open, I don't know. I know I posted on it, and I know that we looked at this, and we only looked at the head and shoulder like twice, though. I really didn't want to share it with you then because I didn't want you to have any sort of paranoia towards Solana, because it does still have some bullish signals in here just in case I didn't cover it, but I did post this. You can go back and check that out too and see what I have in here for it. But the head and shoulder formation, we did confirm that with that breakdown on Friday. We did drop into this trend line right here. So this line right here, this is what we dropped into along with the support level down here at the low. It does have a measure move that has not been met. Whether or not it meets that measure move or not, I am not sure of that. It does have some bullish signals in here as well. So you do have, we had the bearish divergence in here on this pushback up here into the resistance in here. So that's what you're also seeing on Solana's price action versus its dollar pairs. You're seeing it reject as well. So they're pairing up pretty well with that. Yeah, just hitting that resistance in here. But it is starting to build up some bullish pressure. You don't actually have the squeeze per se over here on the 4-hour time frame. Like you had it at one point in here, like right here. But when you got this push up, remember, we just don't have the bullish divvies in here just yet. Not for actually, let me make sure we don't have the bullish divvies in here. I don't think we had any bullish divergence in here. I know we had the bear div against this high in here and what price action is right now. No, you only had the volatility push in here. And so right now it's not just hitting this trend line, it's also hitting that 20 SMA in here. But you did have a nice little push up here with your MACD and all that good stuff. But bear div, for certain, I don't care which indicator it is, whether it's momentum or volatility, whatever it is, you do have the bearish divvies in here at that resistance point right here. But that pressure, let me open that back up again. Sorry. Solana is going to be explosive when it's ready. It's going to be really explosive. But you are starting to build in some pressure in here. You can see with that drop down in here, you're starting to build in some pressure in here. You don't have, it's not compressed enough to actually give you to light back up again. It did at that moment in here where it got that push up, but it's something to keep an eye on still. For the 4-hour time frame, you do have bullish divergence on the daily. So that's the thing. On the daily, there is bullish divergence, of course, with these lows in here. You have the bullish divvy. And then you also have the pressure building in here, just like over in here. We want to make sure that we're getting it at the right time, which it may not be a right time for it, but those two together, it's kind of sweet. It's kind of sweet. But this goes all the way back, and that's the only issue that I have with the bullish divergence in here. It's how far back you have to look at it. Okay, so it's really between the lows in here and where it is right now. So you have a higher low on price action, then you have the lower low here, which is just your hidden bullish divergence. You don't have any fresh divergence, and so we can continue to range, and you won't tell it from your indicator in here unless you change the settings on it. Like, you can extend your settings on your RSI to give you where you have true divergence at, especially when it starts to walk the line like it did over here. So how it really doesn't have any place else to really go too much lower, so it starts to walk the line. You can switch that so you can see where you'll really get that divergence at by extending your look back period for it. I'm not going to do that here, but I'm just letting you know that is a possibility. So we're only getting the hidden bullish divvies in here, and right now I'm seeing it down here on the MACD. You have this divergence in here on the delta. Now I did notice this one right here, so let me just switch this a little bit. I'm gonna turn that one off, and I'm just gonna do this one like this. Okay, so you can see you do have the divergence right here. So you have the bullish divergence right here, and this is regular divergence right here with your delta. So I would tell you that this would work out for you once it comes above the zero line. So this can continue to dance around in here, maybe even come down here and meet this measure move. It could do that. So, but it is building up pressure in here. You do have bullish divvies in here on the daily time frame, which is why I'm kind of we reject right here. Okay, doesn't mean that we have to make this measure move, especially with bearish bullish divergence building up down here, and that squeeze. Now, I don't know if we actually have it on the Bollinger, but we might. So let me just check that and see if we do. I'm gonna leave that in here so I can see. It could be coming from this top in here and this low, creating that squeeze. And so no, you don't have that's wild. That is wild. I don't think I ever seen the Bollinger Band look like a rainbow. I have never seen it look. That's a rainbow. It's curving over. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's wild. I'm gonna have to ponder on that. Like that is literally like that's curving over like a rainbow. I've never seen the Bollinger do that before. This is weird. But Solana's the first. Like this thing is like, no, you're not going higher. You're not going. Wow. I was in here thinking I was gonna see the Bollinger just kind of in between this high and down through here, but this is a freaking rainbow. This is the daily. Let me look at the weekly. This daily got me tripping. So what I can see just based on this right here though, if because it would need to break the top in here, you would have a weak move and then you would stall out. Um, even with the success of, yeah, you would have a weak move and you would stall out. Wow, I don't want to take that away just yet. But yeah, if I, yeah, that cuts you right through your 20 SMA right here. So maybe worth. That's so weird. And pardon me for being a little bit anal about my lines. All right, that's not bad. I just like to make sure. I see people draw lines all the time and they just, or draw fibs and they just slap it on there and they eyeball it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I have to do that. Sometimes I don't want that long line running through, so I have to do that. But yeah, even if you got some sort of a push out right here, I wouldn't appreciate it. I wouldn't think too much of it. You could look at this and say maybe it's trying to flag out or something like that if it's holding in here and it doesn't meet that measure move because they have that bullish divergence, but it is rejecting right now from the breakdown of that head and shoulder formation. Let me look at the weekly, see if that looks different. Yeah. So that would put you in here. That looks like that would be your looks like that could be your lows in there. If it does that, yeah, that puts you in the bearish control zone down here on this weekly time frame. If something like that were to happen, where it actually plays out this measured move in here, that would make sense to me. But I did note in here that it was just a back test of that W formation breakout zone in here. That's basically what we're seeing right now, where we have the W at right here. It's just a breakout of a back test of this zone in here. And I never checked to see if we actually, it's going to turn on all the noise again. So pardon it. Never checked to see. No, they never made it all the way up there to that next zone. So maybe we're just looking at, maybe it could just hold in here, because there are some bullish signals in here, which is why I'm kind of iffy on whether or not this head and shoulders would actually do this. But just so you know, and you have that information, if you do see yourself starting to lose the zone in here, that could be a thing for it. Delete that once this screen stops freezing on me. But this did come back into, yeah, it came back in here. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's not a range. It's a measure move for a pattern. So it doesn't really mean anything if it comes back in on the basis of that. So could just be a back test in here for this zone. And that can be it. And if that is the case, it's just a back test for this so-called head and shoulders that I'm looking at. That's apparent on the lower time frame. I mean, it may not play out with the bullish undertone that's in here. But if it does, you know what to look for. If it doesn't, then we're expecting for price to hold in here, between where it is now and then the low down here where we have the ascending channel in here. That should work for it. That should hold for it. And then we see the continuation up and into here, and that kicks things back off for Solana. The same way we identified in here when we got to the resistance, we said, hey, we're at resistance against Bitcoin. And from there, we started to pull back, which is why I'm adamant about saying that on everything else. I've been strong about saying it with Zcash right now. Like, hey, you are at some resistance. Maybe Zcash pulls through from here and doesn't do what Solana is doing. Like with BNB, you can absolutely tell it. Maybe the same thing is the situation for Zcash. But whenever you're hitting that against Bitcoin, you might have some problems. So just, I said, be safe. Be safe. What I really want to turn off, actually, I don't need to turn that off. I leave this on. And then you recall we do have the Ethereum as well. Solana versus ETH, which is coiling. So we're looking for an explosive move against Ethereum also. So Solana's a good buy. If there was any ones I would tell you were worth your time, it'd be the ones that I just covered. And the one I didn't cover, which is Hyperliquid. But yeah, if there was something I would tell you that's worth your time, I would tell you around these levels in here, Solana for sure. Ethereum is holding up pretty well. It's not even close enough for an accumulation or anything like that. Litecoin is, XRP, SUI, the ones that, yeah, those ones, I think you'll be a winner. And take a look back here at Bitcoin. I know that there was something I needed to mention on that. I'll put this back on the 4. Let's see how our rejection is going in here right now. We do want to see some bullish divergence come in on the chart. We're moving really slow against something that did this. So I do want to see the bullish divergence in here. We don't have that right now. Not here on this daily. On this 4 hour. 4 hour, we did have a little bit of a bullish divvy. Hold on, let me make sure. No, it did not. We did not. We had a volatility move, but we did not get any bullish divergence down here. So yeah, you just had a volatility move, a little correction back up there to that resistance, and bear div. That also means that you can tell from the indicator, right? Because it put in the bear div up here. When price action comes down, it's going to have to close below here to give that bullish divergence. The indicator will be slower, will show strength against price action, but you're not going to have that bullish divergence until we're closing below here. So just bear that in mind. That price would need to come back down and close below here to give that bullish divergence here. These are pretty close. So it can close it below this one, or it can close it below this one. And it's the body that you're looking at. Take the wicks away and just look at your body. It will have to close below here though. So you can bet on at least that much coming back in if you want that bullish divergence. You can bet on that drop doing that much at least. And I'm just sitting on my hands. I'm not doing anything right now. I'm just gonna wait for market to open, kind of get some more direction, and I'm waiting on the bullish divvy more than anything. If it's gonna give the bullish divergence, and let's just say that this whole thing right here is done for us, and market makers are no longer interested in liquidity to the downside. But I did give that for anybody who wanted to attempt a short, that was going to be a place to look for. I posted that again well in advance. So if you were interested in taking a short, that probably would have been your best bet right there based on everything that I could see. But for me, I just have to wait for market to open to see what we're doing, especially in tech. I want to see what Nvidia is doing. I want to see what AMD is doing. I want to see what Tesla is doing. I need to see that, and before I deploy any capital. All right, so this is a 15-minute right here on Palantir. And I had some zones in here, and I just kind of like quit putting numbers in here because I know that after hours on Friday we did start to chop down below. I know that we were below this one right here. We may have just come back and done this right here. And if I push it out, I'm just trying to watch it on the lower time frame, but right now pre-market is 187.48, so it's recovering pretty good from where it was, getting the drag down in here. And I had a couple of lines in here that I was watching also along with these levels in here um, for Nvidia, and it may be something to come back and look at today. I don't know. I didn't put anything on this one right here. That's 172 to 170. But this would have definitely been the cap out right here. About this 167.74 would have been the exact cap out for me for Nvidia. And crazy thing is, I opened up a long position on it, and yeah, market was closed. I mean, my market was closed. And you know, on BTCC you can only do cross margin. So if the worst were to have happened, I could only hold myself accountable because I let the market close on me. And when I opened the position, it was my responsibility to set stop loss, and I didn't. And so I would have had the same mindset of anybody else who was doing like the cross margin trading, that price is probably not going to come down here and hit this level. And we saw how that did not work out. So I would only have myself to blame if I was getting wrecked over here right now. But thank goodness pre-market is 187. There's no trading on BTCC after the market closes. Like, they don't do the after hour stuff. And I don't trade too often on that exchange. Just every now and then when I see something, because you don't really see a lot of these pullbacks on Palantir and Nvidia and Tesla and, AMD. They've just been pump city, so you feel confident about the trade, and then you get a tweet from DJT, and you nuke. So this is what I'm watching, and I'll see if I need to change any of this stuff in here, and I'll go back and I'll update, because I know that the one for Palantir actually it broke through that after hours, and probably did more than that, because I was only looking at this one level in here for it. I was just looking at the gap in here, and I was eyeing this right here, the trend line in here. And I probably could have dropped this trend line better. Probably could have. That just looked like that was just a choice I made at that time to do it like this. And it did. When it first dropped into it, it bounced. So that was the point right here, this candle right here. It dropped down into it, it tapped it, and then it bounced away. And then the second tweet came out, and it was that. It was that. So that's what happened there. But I was also looking like, what were the chances of it coming down here to this 151? We'll see what happens. So pre-market 178, this was the zone. We'll see if it comes back through here, and if the market, if it does want to give a little bit more of a drop down, if it holds there, and if not, then I'll start to look at some horizontals and stuff like that, or look at what might be the next possibility for it. I'll probably have to post up on this though, because I'll probably have to post up on this one. Let's see what else we had in here. I had two zones of interest in here for Tesla, which pretty much pairs up with where the weekly zones are at for Tesla anyway, which is this one and then this one in here. Now after hours, I think that we did come down into here and we tapped this one right here, but it's doing pretty good, I have to say. Pre-market, you can see we're just tapping the bottom side from this trend line in here, which something that we also highlighted too was not just in the stock market but also in the crypto space. You're seeing this pattern everywhere. don't even know what to call this. It's some sort of a triangle, but I don't even know how to define it. But we're just hitting the bottom side here, back testing this here. But this that's 407 to 394, and then the one down here is if it comes up for me. Hello. It's freezing. But you remember I did take that long position on Tesla, and we got up to here and my TP was not triggered. And then yeah, my TP didn't get triggered. So I actually ended up giving money to the market instead of taking the profits that I made on it, because I was 100% up at this point. And then I was trying to cash it out. My TP wouldn't hit. And yeah, I saw it falling. And instead of me cutting it after I saw my TP wasn't hit the next day when I was able to go on to it, I should have just closed it out then, and I didn't, because I was hoping that it was, still going to hold a higher low and come back up. And then my TP would trigger, and you can see it was trying to hold through here too. And it came and it did break out right here, and then that failed. And that was where the tweet came out. And then I ended up giving a little bit of money to the market on that. So yeah. Then I was like, I'm not going back into Tesla right now. And that tends to happen too for me too, where I'd be in one and I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I don't even want it anymore. And then when I say I don't want it anymore, that's when it does really good. So, yeah. But this is what I was looking at here for Tesla on the pullback. But I'm happy to see it bouncing a bit there, the 421.33 pre-market, just a back test in here. So if it gaps up, then hooray in there. If it doesn't, I'll definitely be looking back down at that. And then we had Circle, which was we needed to hold here. And we've been watching this little box in here for a little second in case it did come back down into here. So Circle isn't performing too well right now, in my opinion. It's not performing too well, but we knew we had this little rising structure in here also. But a lot of times you'll see these break to the upside. And so far, as I can tell right now, I'm not sure what it did after hours. For all I know, it could have been all down here somewhere. A pre-market right now, it looks like we are kind of like back testing the breakdown zone. So it could have been down here somewhere. Yeah, we're just back testing this ascending trend line right now. Let's recover and come back in here, because we knew that we were hitting the resistance down here. And if we got through it, if we managed to close above it or something like that, then this right here will be the next natural place to really look at in here. On Circle, I think it's probably going to take me over. Yeah, so I was looking at here. And you can see it goes up right here, and you extend it out to this point. That's exactly what you're hitting right there at the high there is this. But I can tell you right now, whatever, I mean, I know it's harsh for the stock market, but if I'm looking at this like it's crypto, this pullback is easy. It's easy for the SPY. Like I really don't see it doing a whole lot. Like it looks so good on the high time frames. Like it's a It's a goblin. Okay? It's a goblin. Like Wayne say. It's a strong chart, man. But you are hitting that resistance. You go across here. It looks a little bit different over here. It looks like it's over it right here. And that's because I went back and I did it off of the weekly time frame because I dropped the chart down. So it looks like it picked it right there. But if you look at the weekly time frame, it actually doesn't. It's a clean line across the bottom and to the top. And your little rejection is coming from there. What I looked at over here for it, because I was like kind of trying to see like, okay, when it gets red, when it gets red, when it gets red, what actually happens. But I mean, if it did, you would just be looking back down here. You'll be looking down here, but that doesn't look like that's going to be the case for it. It would take a lot of time for this to play out too. This is a monthly time frame. Like this stuff takes a lot of time. But that's 53 to 48 right there. And by the time that happens, a lot of things will be done changed in here. But that's what I was looking at in that case. But if you get some sort of a pullback here on your weekly, I probably wouldn't be looking like, first of all, this would be starters right here around the 62.83 in here, potentially right in here, this candle right here. And if it's beyond that, then I would start to look about this candle right in here. So for me, it would be this here. It would be that. And let me make sure I capture this full bottom. It would be this candle right there. And then in here, it would be this one right here. Before hour this, I could take this one away because this would take some time unless this planned on nuking or something. I mean, that's basically where I'll be looking at. And I would see what I'm doing in this zone right here. If price came down here into the zone, I just kind of see what I'm doing. I'll be banking on the line in here, which it might not be the same anymore. I have to go back and check that. But I would just be seeing what it looks like to come into here. What the indicators look like. Is there bullish divergence? Is, what kind of candle it produces? What's the chances of me tapping into a low? Hold on. Hold up. Hey. Just waiting on the response from the... I don't really know if it's my PC or if it's I don't know if it's my PC or if it's, this is the latest one right here. I'm probably gonna switch this to do something different. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I definitely want to use this one though, but let me see. It may not make a difference. Yeah, it may not. Yeah, it doesn't, because when that one went through, that was that. So yeah, I just I'd look here. If it keeps rolling over, maybe just the top of this. I don't think it really makes too much of a difference throughout here, but Yeah, I would think that it will probably just come back to maybe to here, the 62. If you needed a number, if you needed a line and not a zone, then I would say this. Otherwise, I just look to see what it does in here. That's what it looks like. Well, we'll see. If it comes back and it bounces back up, remember that you do have the rejection point in here at the channel high, but you would have to draw it for whatever time frame you're on. Since I drawed it to the weekly, it hit perfectly. For some reason in here, whenever you change your time frame, it may not line up as well. But that's going to be what I'm looking at here for SPY. And let me check back in here on our Bitcoin. Even though I know, okay, so that's good there. I don't really need to see anything in there. Same thing with Ethereum. Rejecting from that point in there. We looked at same thing with same thing with Solana with its rejection point. BNB rejected. So BNB did get that SFP because it was at resistance against Bitcoin. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You can see BNB did get that SFP as it was sitting at that resistance against Bitcoin. Sui looking like a little doji right now, but still holding. Chain link still within the resistance zone, still holding. XRP at a resistance point, but still within the level we would have naturally be looking at for the drop, which is, what we kept saying. If it lost in here, then this would be it. You know how the rest goes, but really this one right here, it needs to get back above here. But yeah, still holding. All right, so yep. So at least your 4 hour, at least a 4 hour is what I'm thinking. Some sort of bullish divergence or something. I think that Ethereum may have had bull dips down here on it though. When it got that bounce, I think it did. And then look at, Ethereum did have bull dips down here. This is the one that I did see that had the bull dip. So you can see right here, it had the bullish divergence. It was Bitcoin that didn't have any bull divs here on the 4 hour time frame, but Ethereum definitely had the bull div. You got the bear div now, but again, another fresh set of bull divs wouldn't be bad unless it just puts in a higher low and then continues its move up, because it was pretty solid in here. Minus this gap. Solana may have had a little bit down here too, when it was getting its bounce, a little bit of bullish divergence right there on a 4-hour. Which, like I said, we haven't seen that on Bitcoin. It did not get the bullish div. Did not. All right. As far as your stable coin dominance goes, not just your USDT, I can get this to open up. All right. So as far as this over here goes, it might be time for me to update the levels in here, because this is we haven't really seen it do this. You see how it went over my line right here, the zone? Haven't really seen it do that. It's been pretty, not with the closers and stuff. It's been pretty clean when it did it right there. It's been pretty solid throughout. And see, this is where we would have naturally capped out. But whatever the exchanges did, or whatever caused it to do the extra, there was nothing else in here for this chart. This was it. I would have to go to USDT to see it, which was that measured move. But on stablecoin dominance, this was it. So once we did come back into it and I could see we were stabilizing, I did post up on this as well. So again, if you don't follow me on X or CoinMarketCap, which I'm trying to build up my followers over there as well, do be sure you follow me. Do be sure you follow me at Down to Crypto TA, and also follow the Coin King, DACOINKING, the Coin King. All right. But support level nonetheless, I probably do need to, I can see that top right there. Probably do need to adjust these levels in here, but these have worked out pretty good ever since we first put them on here. They have held up very well, very well. I don't trust any of these moves in here right now. None of them. Not until market opens. Let me see what else there was that I needed to look at. I don't think I covered ADA. And I don't think that I actually took the time to firmly go over ADA's chart either. And I can tell you based on what I have in here, but I know that I haven't actually done the due diligence on ADA's chart. So I'll do my best, because like I said, I haven't, you can tell I haven't even been in here cleaning up the chart or anything. You can see the weekly level that we're respecting in here is that 62.53. Hmm. We're already back testing the breakout level in here, so we're already doing that, or have done that, and rejecting a little bit there. I think this did hit its bear market zone. I'm gonna take a look at that too. I'm gonna delete these 4-hour levels in here, and I'll come back to that at some point. I'm gonna even delete that flip. Don't really need that. This inefficiency is done, so I don't need that in here anymore. Yeah, you definitely hit bear market lows in here, so if you caught that, that was good. Delete that. And I can't remember why I have this line in here. It must have been something from, let's see what that was. Don't know why I have this line in here. Whatever it was for, it hit it. It couldn't have been something I was looking for. So I'm just going to delete it, because I would have never been looking down here. Not right now, not unless I could tell we was in a bear market. And it wouldn't have been a nuke. Wouldn't have just plummeted all the way down here. And we can just take the same approach here that we have with everything else. I don't see a reason that we really need to not do that. Come on, computer. If it's not perfect, then I'll come back for it later. I'm going to keep the one at the bottom there, since that's the one we're kind of back testing right now. Which is that. I would at least expect this right here. You see how we have this 1, 2, 3? I would at least expect that. And I'm sure that that was bear market. Yeah, that was bear market lows. So that was bear market lows in here for certain. Although in here, did get pretty wild for it. Let me see. extra 33% drop. Oh, we took out that low. Oh, this is different. Maybe that was what I was looking at. We take that out. That's 27.56. Once this unfreezes, then I can see what it is. Come on. Oh, I can see what the difference is. All right. That low was 27. We did take out that low, 27.37. Wow. Wow. You don't typically see that. So that's a little bit of a shocker because you don't usually see that. Even this probably would not have worked. No, even that didn't work. It broke through that momentum line in there. But what we can do from this point right here, though, is say that if it does come back down here for any reason, we do want to see it respect in here and not push down any further. That's pretty, that's different. It's never taken it out before, ever done that before. It didn't take it out there. It didn't take out the low here either. So for it to actually come in and take out the low this time, wow. This is Binance chart though, so it can just be something that happened on Binance and didn't happen elsewhere, because that just doesn't make sense to me. Wow. Let me just check another chart. This is Binance. Let's see. Coinbase is probably going to do better with USD. Yeah, you didn't do that at all. It's Binance. And I say it like I'm surprised. I don't talk trash about Binance because I don't have the inside information to be able to do that. Because, yeah, it wouldn't have made sense. You don't do that. It's just not, it's not common to see it. So according to Coinbase, you didn't even come into your bearish zone. And like I said, you wouldn't be taking it out. It's not common that you see that. I think that all of the rest of it is basically the same though. You got a broadening formation, which is typically a bearish formation, but aside from that, see what the first one actually did. Yeah, you do have some sort of a broadening structure in here. If I put it, let me take this away. Or maybe even that one. I don't have anything mapped out on this chart over here on Coinbase, but yeah, you can say that you did hit your bear market lows though. For Cardano, but based on the Binance chart, you hit it. It was an overshoot on the Binance chart though, which doesn't make sense. But there was an overshoot. Nothing is broken in here so far from what I can tell, not from the monthly chart anyway, and it won't be broken until it actually comes down here and takes out this low right here. So until that happens, this can still be one leg, and you can still push this right here, one leg, and you don't have a lower high just yet until it takes this out. Otherwise, you know, your structure will still be intact for your low, your higher low. Your higher low. I mean your low, your higher high, your higher low, your higher high, and then your higher low, and you can still continue to push up here for your higher high. Anything in here, you're pretty much neutral on the monthly time frame. Bear div on the monthly on the MACD, and I can just see that from here. It's very hard to see it, but you do have a bear div on your MACD. Very hard to tell it. It's there though. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. You don't. You don't. You do not. I apologize. You do not have a bear div. You don't have data up here. I'm just trying to see if there's anything in here. I guess I really like the monthly time frame. Let me see what's on the weekly. That makes more sense here on the weekly. It looks like price actually just tapped that. It looks a lot more sensible here. So you would continue to look for that to hold. And see what that actually looked like at whatever point it was. That's it. That's it. Alright, sorry, just waiting on this computer to stop lagging on me. Each kid that shows up, you get what? Extra 50 cents for each person that shows up. Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, I mean, weekly is bearish. It did get a head and shoulder. It looks like you got volatility on might get volatility play, not really getting any momentum plays here. Yeah, weekly doesn't look fantastic for ADA. Come on, computer. And I have to put in my weekly levels. I don't really see anything in here that would have made me say in here somewhere. I mean, you just want to hold in here, because if it's not holding in here, then I would look for price to hit the bearish zone that was in here for the monthly time frame. But otherwise, the structure is still intact until it does break this low down in here. Until that happens, it's good. Weekly, I cannot tell you I'm a fan of the weekly time frame. It doesn't look all that great. And you can see those numbers just there, 54 to 27. But since, like I said, you should not be taking out the low, maybe where this momentum line is in here could be the low for it if it comes to something like that. only if it comes to something like that. And that's at 32. I can't pull any data from that. Let me push out back to the weekly just to see. I don't know if it's my computer, if it's TradingView. One of them is lagging. I'm still trying to press that and it's not letting me. Yeah. Just consolidating. That's all it's been doing through here. I don't think I saw like an inside bar or anything like that. I think I may have called out that little jump at one point, but it is still holding within the cloud in here, even on that push down. And that looks like it right there. Somewhere between that 51 and that 32, if Cardano does break below this ascending trend line right here, that's what I'll be looking for price to do. You're either just going to take out this liquidity right here at this point, these two bottoms in here, and then get a bounce away, or let's just say it comes down into here without taking out this low over here. 32 would probably be your low in here for your bare bottom, unless you're on Binance or it does get an expansion like it did that once before. That's about the only thing about it. Is you usually just don't see that. I can't think of any other time that I've actually seen that happen. Just happened to be on this chart. For ADA. I didn't see anything that suggested bounce up. Look at the daily. Yeah, I really don't see anything that suggests that it's going to get like some big bounce. And I know we don't have any bullish divergence here on the daily time frame, because we've only had that one candle down. No range has formed just yet. Nothing is giving me good vibes right now. Nothing at all. Mm-hmm. 4 hour did have a bullish divergence on it. That was it. And I can see that on the RSI right here. That was it. Bear div on it now. And I didn't even see it hit the point of resistance I would have highlighted for it, which would have been back to this candle right here. I would at least look for it to get back to here, because it had a range right here before the breakdown where it tried to do a breakout, and just like everything else, the Bollinger was kind of flat, and it only hit that standard deviation 1 on that breakout. That breakout from this candle right here. I don't see anything, any squeeze or anything like that. Nothing. Yeah, it looks like to me that it would actually go down and hit those targets that I mentioned to the downside. I don't see anything right now aside from that. I don't see anything up that would get. I don't see any bullish signals at the moment. If I do see something, I'll say something, but I don't see any bullish signals right now for Cardano. Yeah. So I wouldn't put this one on my list. This is resistance. And I think I drew this off of your 4-hour for height. If this will load. And you just came back and hit your like we only had like one actual point in here. Let me undo that. So this should be a resistance zone. We only had we don't have a lot of weekly levels in here, and I think that's what you, hold on, was that correct? Oh no, I don't have a lot of zones. I just have lines in here for the most part for hyperliquid. So your golden pocket 786 is what happened in here. This chart actually looks really good. So if I were to accumulate on something, it probably would have been this one right here. It's a pretty good looking chart. There's not enough data in here for it to actually pull up anything meaningful other than to just do the trend lines in here for it. And see, I can turn. Come on, please. Yeah, so I know on a macro, that's probably what I would have said to you based on what I have in here. For the weekly levels, I would have looked at this and said, hey, if we lose this level right here, this zone right here, then I would look down here to this one. And if we lose that one, then you had no place else to go but to drop all the way down here to this one, because that was the next weekly level in here. And then we lose that one, then it would have been down here at 10. So that's how that would have went, because it's just a big gap in here, which was why I was trying to work out 4-hour levels in here, because sometimes you can pick up additional off of 4-hour, which I'm gonna delete this because I might need to refresh it. So I need to redo this. So yeah, that's your 4-hour that you were holding as support. But I do need to redo these because I don't know how sufficient these are right now. And I probably could have caught that down here if I'd have extended it. But of course, I'm not looking for price to come down there. So I cut it off at this point. Because we were respecting that 382 for a minute. And this was looking like a pretty good chart. In fact, and I'm going to delete these. I probably wouldn't look back at those anymore. But I'm sure that we can say that if price comes back down to eat into some of this wick, it'll likely come back down here around the golden pocket. Unless they want to back test that weekly level in here. If they do bring it back down some, just to take out some of this wick, like I said, I would bypass this right here. You can add this if you want to, 32,901 to 31,563, but I would lean more towards people would be looking for it to come back into at least the golden pocket level, and that's how I would do it. So if I did something on this right here, my stop would probably be just slightly below here, or waiting for it to respect the golden pocket. And then I know if it's not holding that, depending on what kind of leverage you're using, you can low leverage it. I think it looks pretty good. Maybe people want to stay away from leverage. So if you're spotting it, then yeah, this might be it right here. They didn't manage to push it down any further than that. They're probably not going to get it down any more than that. And this is your safe haven in here between your golden pocket and your 786. And that's going to be it for this one. But I don't think that this wick stays like this. I think they come back in on some of this wick. So yeah, you can use this or bypass it. I would look here. And then on the bounce up, you'd be looking to come back into these right here anyway. So I doubt anything new came up for this chart. I need to update this. And when I do, I will post it. Because I'm pretty sure that whatever I had in here probably isn't going to be worth it anymore on these 4-hour, which is these pink boxes in here. I think pretty much like with pump, and we had just did those pump levels. Actually, not the pump levels, but the pump fib. I think that one may have hit off of the golden pocket exactly. If it loads up. But Hyperliquid is a good chart. From what I can see, it's a good chart. And I have not updated these either. And where is my fib? No, it was Aster. I think I put the fib on. I haven't actually looked back at this chart right here in a while. As you can tell, I mean, we pulled it up, but not really. And so this was the last level that I put in here. And I'm pretty sure I could have got more down here. I probably just didn't expect for price to come down into here. Oh my gosh, this did all that? Dang. This was just extra stuff right here. This is Binance too. Perpetuals. Oh my gosh. The cruelty. Because that's what I was like. When I would drop in my levels, I was like, dang, we went straight through it. And I was like, they usually do really good. Like I'm usually mad good with it. And it was just going straight through everything. Simply because nobody's thinking this is going to happen, and it shouldn't have happened. And I hear that they're trying to get people back, some of their money, or whatever was due to the exchange fault. And I have to go back in and check this stuff right here because it looks like it may have reset some stuff with the way price action came through. Wow, that's terrible. That's terrible. Did that just pop up? It looks like that just popped up. No, it moved. It moved. What happened just then? That just moved, did it not? Okay, my chart is doing some weird stuff right now. I don't know, because we were just looking right in here. I don't know what's going on. Okay, my chart is doing weird things. This line is all the way out here. It was sitting right here. Now it's down here. My chart is doing some ghost stuff. I need to come back in and redo all of this anyway. That is so weird. I don't know what's going on. That's crazy. Okay. I didn't hit a delete button. I didn't move anything. It just did that. Aster hit the golden pocket perfectly. We had just pulled this fib on Friday. We had just pulled this fib because we were talking about where the and into the zone down here too. This was the last zone I had on the chart for, and I'm glad that I did it too. I'm glad that I mapped this one out completely for what I could find for it. And we came into here and we tapped this perfectly because we were looking at the bounce off of here. And I think that we were talking about the if it past the 382, I think we were talking about the measured move that sent price down into, was it the 50? I can't remember, but I remember we looked at this, and I had the parallels in here, and I said this right here was support level for it right here. So this first one, so we had two in here. So it's like, did the line bias in here for the double top measured move, which sent price into this point right here where the 382 is, in this zone right here. This zone right here. And we got the bounce up from here, and we just came back up into around about where we got the breakdown at from the neckline in here, from the line bias. That's what we made our way to before price came back. So it was this one right here, and the second option was taking it from the top, the wick down, which put us in here at the 50 in here. So this was our measured move from that point in here. So we were looking at price action bouncing from here and bouncing from here. But we was like, okay, so we're holding here, we get the bounce. And if it does that line wick, then it'll come down into here, and we look at this one right here. But holy gosh, it actually bounced off of that golden pocket to a T. We weren't looking at the possibility of it hitting the golden pocket on Friday. That wasn't something that was entertained. So I just know that we had just dropped this fib, and I was like, add the fib to your chart. And I can tell you, the Coin King, right? He's listening to me talk about this 382, this zone in here for the bounce up for Aster, which you can see we bounced from it. How did he get liquidated? I'll tell you how he got liquidated. He doesn't trade. He's an investor. He doesn't trade, but he's listening to me talk about this zone in here and this 382 and where price action was. We would see a bounce. We could see a bounce from here. He entered on it. He did cross margin, and he had a high freaking leverage. High. So when I said to him, oh, okay, I see we got the bounce, and he went to check his account, he said, I'm liquidated. And that was because he had high. I'm like, how do you get liquidated from the zone we bounced from? He had cross margin and he had high leverage. He didn't know how to switch it to isolate it. He didn't know about changing the leverage on it. And yeah, it had to been instant. It had to been an instant. It was before this happened. It was before this candle right here. It was this little wick in here in the zone that took him out. But it wasn't that much money, thank goodness. Because like I said, he's not a trader. He's a long-term investor. He's a hodl king. A hodl king for sure. And this zone right here is super important, which is why I have it dashed out. So we can get back above here. That's going to be great for it. But this dashed out zone is really important right here. This dashed out one here is also an important level as well. The other ones are good, but these two are really important. So if price can get back above here, then naturally for me, I would be looking for it to come up here and take out this high right here and push into this level right here. I do need to do some updating on it, and again, if they want to come back down in here for any of this wick, they probably would, and they would just come back down here into where this golden pocket is potentially. I turn that off and then look at where our range might be horizontally. I'm sorry, diagonally, and not the horizontals. It looks like it could be broadening. Let's see if this works out for us. Might not need to add anything on that. Let's see. Not really. It didn't really give us anything. Yeah, I would have to leave it right there. Didn't really give us anything, unless that's wrong. I'm gonna leave it here just in case. Trying to delete that top. It could be broadening, which I did show you that on XRP. I hope I did. XRP has a broadening formation on its weekly time frame. I probably didn't show you that. I know I shared it in a tweet. But XRP has a broadening formation on it too. So if it comes back down, be looking about this golden pocket. If it pushes over more like one to get between the golden pocket and 786, then I'll be looking inside this this ascending channel right here. But it is broadening. And I just want to extend this. Like that. Yeah. We could be looking at something like that. It looked like it may have just back tested through here. I'm going to turn this off for a minute so you don't have too many going on in here. But with this, turn it back on for a sec. Come on, trend line. It's freezing on me, guys. Oh, that is the most annoying thing ever. Let me see if it captures it. Come on, computer. Yeah, it looks like it might have just been back testing right there. Yeah. And you could probably I don't want to be messing with it too much. Yeah, I just leave it like it was, because that would have been how it would have been. And then it struggled a little bit. You can see it was a clean little drop right in there and holding inside the range in here with the 382 and the break to the upside. So yeah, you sort of rejecting from this point right here right now. But again, I would look at that descending the lower end in here for what could possibly be a broadening formation in here, and look for it to either, if it comes back down, if they send it back down towards the golden pocket, if you supersede the golden pocket to take out this wick in here, yeah, I would use that as my guide for an entry and take that up. That's how I would work that out. I would not leverage trade this one. You don't have to really leverage trade something at those prices. I mean, unless you're doing you do some super low leverage, maybe that works out, but I would be a little bit careful about the leverage right now, because it can get crazy. I doubt it a nuke down here today, but that pretty much looks like it would be the 786 completely if it did come down here. I seriously doubt that they'd be looking to nuke it like that. I'm just gonna, yeah, I mean, you might as well put it on here, right? You might as well. And then at some point, it would come back in here again. Yeah, you're not gonna want to leverage trade this. Not with a wide. I'm gonna make it 10. Yeah, you're not gonna want to leverage trade that. Unless, I mean, it'd be on you how you set your stop or whatever. I couldn't get it to actually even up to 10, but if that were to happen, actually with a broadening, you constantly you really gonna be looking for it to get back into here. We just take it all the way up there. It's a good bet if it happens. It's a strong opportunity, and it definitely would be spot, because that won't hurt you on spot. But this on leverage, I don't know how I feel about that right now. Yeah, if I can get this to a 10, that'd be great. I'm sorry, it's gonna bug me until I did that make a difference? I can't tell. Did I take it down or did I take it up? Okay. That's better. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that, if you were to get it, is what I'd be looking for. Well, like I said, that golden pocket, maybe they just wick over this a little bit and take that liquidity or not. But that is something to look for. And I don't know if I did. I think I did on XRP. I think I did. And if I didn't, you do have a broadening wedge on XRP. And it hit. See that? That's what you got on XRPZ. If you didn't see it, because I don't know. But I posted it. So that's what the weekly is looking like now. And that's your line. And you can see you're up from it right now. So I do have an additional line going through here. And you saw that one. You just didn't see this one. But it is mega phony. Mega phony. Oh, near looks good. Near looks really, really good. I haven't looked at some of the other ones, but near looks good. You know. I didn't lose anything on when I looked at my spot position. I was still up on Crow. I'm still up on Crow and Solana. Those are two that I knew that I was still up on. And I'm still up on Ondo also. The other ones I was down on. I mean, I would have been down if it stayed down here, of course. But I'm still up on this one, which recovered back into its weekly level in here, and now it's bouncing off of it. So we could see where prices would have hit if it wasn't for whatever the cascade of liquidations or whatever happened with Binance. The Coinbase is not so bad. They brought us right back to sensible levels. And I was only down like 10% in my portfolio because I had remember I sold a lot of stuff right before just because the market was acting a little crazy. So I had already sold a lot of stuff and I missed some pumps when I did sell, but I also missed that dump too. So I was rather fortunate because I don't have that much, and what I have, I'm trying to hold on to it. You know, it is a long grind. Got a trend regression line across here. Got a broadening formation across here. I hate broadening formations. I hate ascending broadening. This isn't really ascending, but I really do not like broadening formations. Not big on them at all. And Bitcoin has one too that it's been in for ever. I'm gonna drop this right here since I don't expect for it to take out that low. Let's see how it does. If it does, make sure that's right. Yeah, that's right. Looks like you would have pushed through on this one if I tried to change it. Let me see. If I put it on a line chart, you're probably up above it. Yeah, we did. We did break through and swing. Got a swing failure on that line. I'm gonna put that one back like that though, since it's making more sense. So this token comes back down here. It's probably what I'll be looking at. Just back to that 86.79 right there, and not expect for it to take out any lows in here. Just, I mean, what it did now, that probably was perfect. And then, yeah, and that, if it'll let me turn the noise off so it'd be easier to see. But yeah, I never really like these sort of formations, but that's exactly what you have here. You have this formation, so might be a good place if you're in the crow. I mean, the president has it. I don't know how likely they are to sell off on that. I got a pretty decent portfolio on it. They do. So bounce from here. It just keeps getting better. That's what I would say. To crow. I'm gonna check back on Zcash. Let's see how it's doing. I think it was on the 4. So we just came into that zone. I'm sorry, guys. I did give you the level. If you're watching, it's trying to hold it. It needs to hold that level here. And how did this pop up again? You see that? It is something going on. I sat here and I delete. Okay, no, I deleted this. If you were watching the stream, I deleted it. Because I talked about how we was looking at these levels in here. This was the measured move for the first one. Got the bounce off of this level right here. Then the second tweet came out and sent it down. And this was supposed to be the next hold zone right in here. We broke through that. We hit this rising trend line in here. And yeah. And I deleted this. And I talked about this trend line in here. That price was breaking. And on the break, we do want to see price hold. We want to see it hold here, because if it loses this right here, then the chart starts to get speculative for Zcash. But you also have a range in here that's coming from the daily time frame. So you have your mother bar right here, and you have your inside, and we've been inside now for 2 days. So what is the second day? We went inside here, and I messaged twice and said, don't buy Zcash up here, or just to be careful, it's the weekend and we're at resistance. That's what I said. Be careful, it's the weekend, we're at resistance with Zcash, and you know, your dollar pair, your BTC, you're at it. So be careful. And of course, we know we have quite a bit of resistance up here based on what we have on that 3-month time frame, where this red zone is at. Still has the potential to go up and take out the high, but once it does that, it'll probably fail, and then it'll come down. But if they start to sell off on this one now, it would not be cute at all. But this is where we're looking to hold at right here. I might have needed to adjust this at this point, since we did get that 4-hour candle close. It was based on something I was seeing in the 4-hour time frame. I said that this right here, this is what you wanted to see hold. So I'm pretty sure what I was looking at probably changed a bit in here. I still think that this is worthy of looking back at if you need to. It is where you have the range at in here. So it is worthy of looking back at, because sometimes you just come in and you'll sweep the liquidity. So that's that candle, and that's if it opens it up, it'll show the price point in here for that low. But I did show you that candle on your daily. It's just your big candle on your daily, your mother bar candle. That low, it could come in and sweep that daily low and bounce away from there if it happens to lose this. But I would be under the impression, so 207.27, that it could put in, maybe it's building some sort of a flag or something like that. So it has the ability to push up and take out the all-time high, and then get an SFP off of that all-time high and start to roll over for Zcash. The 3-month doesn't show me, and doesn't give me any indication that it would not do an SFP and fail. But that's the read on it. So that's that Zcash right there once again, because I am about to go. I know the market's gonna open here in about 30 minutes. Let me just check something on that. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do it from a different. If I can get it. My whole computer's freezing up, which is also why I'm gonna leave. I want to stay until market opens and all that good stuff, but I'm having a hard time trying to stream, and I'm gonna have to refresh and probably have to redo a lot of the stuff I did, because it might delete it. Yeah, on the 15-minute time frame, I can tell you right now with that Zcash, yeah, I do got a nice little squeeze right down that 15-minute time frame. And this just doesn't look like it's the move for it right now, like I said. But if it's holding there, it's gotta hold that. Let me see what the chances are right now of it continuing to hold. And it's been pretty true to getting those squeeze breakdowns below the 20 SMA on the 4-hour time frame. Got that. Could be a fallen wedge or a bull flag that is putting in for that 4-hour. But once it is at a little bit of a rejection point in here. I can see that. I can see it now. It is at a little bit of a rejection point. And again, if you do more than sweeping this where it reads 2 at, if you're doing more than sweeping this right here, then chances are it does come back down into here. There's a good chance that it could come back down into here. Because right now you can tell that you're way outside of, I mean, strong move, very, very strong move. It doesn't mean you want to short or anything like that just because it's deviated. It's really just a strong move. Let's see where that is at. Yeah, you can see how you're well outside of standard deviation too. Right here, this is a very, very, very strong move. At some point, it's going to come back and reach into that that standard deviation too. It's going to come back and the same way it came back over here, because it's very far out there. It's very far out there, and that's 204. And what's that? That's 204. And then 137. So that would be where I had that line at, that first one. This one. That's the second one. That would be this one. And that's where you have your low at here for your range. So that should be good still. This should be good still then. Yeah, that should be good still. So we're going to scratch the idea of doing this right here for now. That would be a big blow to Zcash, and probably just back into which one was I just pulling out? This one I had just pulled out. Maybe just back into this right here. As I said, that was what, 204? So yeah, it's 213 to 201. So this might still be good right here. That's where it held after it got the drop. Anyway, it came back and held right here. So that would make sense. This would be a last resort, and I don't think anybody is going to be impressed with Zcash if it does that. So yeah, make this your last resort. It's a big fall. So 1 and then 2. Again, and we really don't want that. Yep. And then you can see that, like I said, possibly building a falling wedge or a bull flag in here could be the case for it. That could be the case for it. Oh, that box too, this right here. Just like what we did with, if this starts freezing before I go, please. This is the worst stream. I'm so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. And I don't know. This is also where the top side of the QTD dynamic cloud is sitting at right here. And remember how it was on the 4-hour when we first, that looks like a head and shoulder. Remember how it was the yeah, when Bitcoin price came back down, it was Bitcoin, it was something, I'm not sure what it was, but it was like, okay, we have not really been interacting with it, but we did bounce off of it here, and we bounced off of it again right here. I'm gonna look at it and say we want to, the same thing. I really hate coming back towards it. It's not really a lot of fun when you come back towards it, because it could get messy. Maybe, I don't know who has what money in it and how much they have to dump off or anything. So yeah. So if you're going beyond these 2 points in here, if you're going beyond those and you saw the number, then you know, hey, I'm probably somewhere I shouldn't be, and that's a change of behavior. That's a change of behavior. Did we close below this low? It looks like we didn't. All right. It's doing whatever Bitcoin is doing right now too. Keep that in mind. So when you do see Bitcoin roll over, Zcash is at resistance against Bitcoin, which means whatever Bitcoin is doing, Zcash is going to do it at this point. The same thing we had happen with BNB. When BNB hit resistance against Bitcoin, it started doing the same thing Bitcoin was doing. So if Bitcoin is going down, it will be going down. If Bitcoin is going up, you're going to see a little reaction on it. And that's what you're getting right now because Bitcoin is going up a little bit. I don't care what the state of the dominance is for Bitcoin dominance chart. With that pair, whatever Bitcoin does at this point, it's going to be doing it too. And with that said, I will update you on X. I will update you on CoinMarketCap. You will get the best technical charts over there with the best explanations there. Sometimes I don't articulate it very well on the lives, but you will get some thorough details there. So if I miss something that you like today, you can always let me know and I'll take a look at it. Yeah, people are genius. People are still over leveraging, very much so. And I missed you. I missed you, genius. People are still very over leveraged. And I haven't taken any new leverage positions ever since that dump happened. I lost a little money myself, but it was real quick. It was real quick and I was out. And it was from the first tweet. From the first tweet, I was out. Because I was longing Ethereum and then I tried longing and Ethereum was going good until it wasn't. And then Bitcoin. And Bitcoin never went well. So I had my idea of where the trade was going to be closed out at. And yeah, I mean, I lost a little bit of money on that one. So it was very little because, yeah, it was cut real quick. But it was some people who, yeah, like I said, that cross margin, like, please, for the love of God. And set stop losses on your spot positions. I have learned to set stop losses on my spot positions. You'll see me on here like, oh my gosh, that pumped, I have it. And then I go back and look at my account and be like, oh my gosh, I don't have it. I got stopped out. I don't care. Set stop losses on your spot stuff too. You can do that. Like, know how much money you're willing to risk on your spot positions as well. So when in the event something like that happens, you're not sitting there losing your money, especially on meme coins and things like that. It's projects that are going to be really great and strong, and you might want to set limit orders to buy on those. But it's stuff that you want to, like, if you've seen the performance of it and it doesn't perform well, most of the time, I don't care how much of a little pump you get in, you've seen how it performs when it gets bearish, set a stop loss on it, because you can do that and it will execute. It should execute. I know mines do. And then that way you have dry powder. And set an alarm for when it's coming close to your range, and then that way you can make a decision on canceling your stop if you need to, or maybe it's something you want to add to, something like that. But that, yeah, do that too. And I think a lot of these are gonna pump. One more little pullback, and I think a lot of these are gonna pop. They're gonna pop. So market opens in less than, and I don't think we have a speech or anything like that happening today. Probably see it faster if I just do it here from my phone, because Yeah, we don't have anything. So, yeah. I will catch you on the other side. I catch you in the tweets and the posts and all that good stuff right there. I really do appreciate you for being here, spending your time with me. Please be sure that you did hit the like button. It goes a long way in helping with the stream. I know a lot of people are just not feeling crypto right now, and that's okay because we can do equities and stuff like that. I don't option trade, so I'm not gonna be able to help you with that one because I don't option trade, but I can give you um some good stocks and things like that to look at. I didn't even take a look at gold. Let me look at gold before I jump. I think the last time we looked at gold, gold hit the target one that we were looking at. So let's see what it's looking like right now. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to reset this computer. I think gold was in this chart right here. Paying for. Hold on. I think I don't see anything in here, then it wasn't this chart. Why am I on a 1 hour? Did I look at a setup on gold? I probably did. I don't know. Let me see weekly. Is this the chart? No. Uh-oh. I think it was this chart. I know that we hit target one. Hold on. Stop it. Because that was target one, and I think I probably hit the fib level in here. That might be why I'm not seeing it. Yeah, that's why I wasn't seeing it. All right, so yeah, it did hit, and I did have a setup in here. All right, so target 2 is 45.87. Is that what that is? 45.87. Because it's not the 21618. It's not that. If I take that away, yeah. Let me hide that. Oh. Where is that channel? Yeah, 45.87. That would be the next target in here. But it looks like I did have a setup in here. So looking at what time frame when I did that, probably I don't even know if it was looking at this, just coming back into that one probably, and whatever. Fix yourself, please. Fix yourself. So I must have been looking at a lower time frame. I did have a setup in here. And I didn't even take it. Probably because it was Friday. It was on Friday or something. That looks curvy. I had this crazy dream last night before I woke up. Of course, before I woke up, how do you dream when you're awake? I had this crazy dream that I was reading the chart. I don't even know what asset it was. I was reading the chart, and all I'm seeing is the Jesus take the wheel. Now I don't have market cipher or anything like that, so it was really weird that it popped up in my dream, but it did, and I saw a massive pump in the market. Let that come to fruition, please. But it was a Jesus take the wheel, and guess what? When I woke up from that dream, and I opened my phone up to look at the chart, Crypto Face had just finished up a video. And he said something about a Jesus take the wheel, but he said that the one that he was looking at was bearish. Isn't that crazy? I've never thought about a Jesus take the wheel pattern before. Don't have market cipher, but it just came up in my dream and wake up, and then I see this video. The first thing I see is a video from Crypto Face, and I was like, let me click on it because maybe he said something about it. But then he says the one that he was looking at was bearish, and it was in my dream it was a baby Jesus take the wheel. Crazy stuff, man. Just crazy stuff. I don't know what it all means, but it was weird. It was weird. So we'll see. All right, so that's gold looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Tell you the 1 hour squeezes on gold have been working. They have been working. You can see it right here. You can see it over in here too. But it's usually when you drop, when I see the squeeze and then we drop in below this point right here, that yellow line right there. You got one coming up in here right now. And I was just saying, this looks kind of curvy a little bit. It's still pushing, so it's not coming back down right now, and it's nowhere near here, but it is starting to put in another squeeze in here on the 1 hour time frame. And when it does, I will post up on this right here too. If you go, I'm not going to be posted to say, hey, take a short. I'm going to be posting to say you might get a drop here. And this is where you could probably look to enter in on gold if you wanted to enter long on it. And I think a lot of people probably got tired of me saying I don't want to short anything. But if you're into that, you can do whatever you want to do with that information, because I do show where you're hitting resistance and stuff like that. I just don't actually open up a position myself. So it's up to you to take the information and utilize it. Like you don't need my permission to consider your risk. It's your risk. But once I see it getting to a point where it's probably gonna retrace, I will post that and let you know. And I actually set an alert on it too, the way I don't forget, and I can get that information to you in time. It's pushing up from here. I don't see a reason for me to draw another. Yeah, let me see. I don't see a reason for me to draw another fib or anything like that. CFD on gold. Up 4 minutes now for the market opens. Look, I did hang in here. Oh boy. My computer's so slow. Trying to see if there's anything that's giving. Look at that 8 hour. I've been skipping right past all the hours. I hit the 15, 1, 4, daily, weekly, monthly, 3 month, 12 month, or 1 year. I've been really skipping through the time frames. It's moving slow, sorry. See how that works out. It's about 41.14. Let's see how it does. And if it did come back in, I mean, I would be looking right here on the lower time frame, just this high in here, somewhere in between there and here is what I would look at, between here to this point right here. Although I don't need this X in here. Just helps me get off the screen. Man, this has been horrible with all the freezing. As soon as I get off, I'm going to refresh my computer and see if that helps. Probably close out some stuff too. Come on. All right, this, jeez. I would probably look at that though. Between here and this top where this breakout is happening at. If I'd have been over here, I probably would have paid attention to having this inside range in here. But nonetheless, I did pick up a good little spot in here for that. And at the end of the day, for this, I don't even, yeah, let me stop trying because it freezes every time I touch it. So on that note, I'm just going to end. You can see how price does once it gets up around that 41.14. Maybe it pierces through 41.20, something like that, something a little bit more. I don't know what you think about those numbers, but some people like more even numbers. I can't even get the screen to roll back up. All right. I appreciate you for being here. Love you, and I'll catch you on the next one, hopefully when I'm not freezing up. Have a nice day.